1673 in the left. Chris Tanky in the left lane. Tanky the G8. The right lane, the pickup. Not in my scoreboard sheet here, so unfortunately won't be saying his name all day. Goes 1501, 1370 in the left. Here's that Buick pulling up. That's Chris Ghost. Chris, your leader in the 13-0. 430 Buick for power. Has a 204R overdrive transmission. And that's Dustin Cottle. Cottle in the right lane, the Love. Cottle in the 11-0 category. Ghosh, though, your leader in the 13-0. Currently his average 13.023. Second place is Austin McMeans with a 13.025. So 3 thousandths separating those cars. $12.90's too fast. He'll come back around. 13.67 in the right. Ty Thompson in the right lane, your leader in the 10-0. His current average 10.025. Mike Kimmis in the left lane. Kimmis in the 11-0. Oh, I'm sorry, he's also in the 10-0. Goes 12.31. 10.20 in the right lane. He'll need to come back. Waco Davis in the right lane, getting ready to do his burnout in the 55. Such a pretty car. Waco's been doing this with us for a few years. Left lane is Tom Franks. Franks in the Fox body. Franks in the 12-0. Waco in the 14-0. Again, racers, right now we're running all of the index classes 10 through 14. The 9-second classes and all the class cars we're running 8th mile, so we'll call you guys separate so we can get the scoreboards and stuff all set up. But again, Cletus is on this deal. You'll see him later. He had to put a clutch in his car they call Leroy the Savage. They were working on that last night and again this morning. Mike Finnegan from Roadkill. They're actually filming a Roadkill on this event. So you'll see him with his car, that Rubber Duck. 12.33 in the left. 14.74 in the right. Alex Taylor with her 1XX Proof 55 Chevy. Apparently they haven't even left Tulsa yet though. So they may be in for a little bit of a long day, but today our shortest drive, 170-ish miles. And we don't take like the highway. We don't just cruise down about 80 miles an hour. We take all side roads and byways, and we have to take pictures at a bunch of checkpoints. And you have to prove that you did the route. Big thanks to Chad for setting that thing up. Chad with Bang Shift. Max Croning in the left lane. Croning the Vega. The right lane, that's Kent Davis. Kent, one of our slower cars, but it's a cool one. It's a 283 two-barrel, totally stock, 66 Impala. 1340 in the left lane. 1901 in the right. This 2.0 event we run at these lower altitude tracks. The 1.0 event we run at like Bandamere, 5,800 feet above sea level. Density altitude is in 5 figures most of the time. Like 10,000 feet is what it looks like you're racing at to the car. Austin McMeans in the left lane, second place in the 13-0. The right lane, that's Ethan Bryson. Bryson goes 11-17, 12.83 in the left. Next pair in the burnout box, check out the Gremlin. The Gremlin Turbo LS for power. In the 10.0 category. Billy Leach in the left lane, also in the 10.0 category in the Mustang. Ethan Bryson behind the wheel of the Gremlin. At the stripe, 10:30 in the left, 10:02 out of the gate in the right lane. So again, the deal is he can turn in that slip if he wants right now and hit the trail. Most of them don't. They want to race. We're here all night. We're here racing. We're going to go until 11 o'clock tonight. And we appreciate everyone coming out for school night drag racing. What night is it? Is it Wednesday? Yeah, and we finish tomorrow, Thursday. Not even sure what day it is. I do this event actually. I'm co-driver for my girlfriend. You'll see her come in my CTSV in the 14.0 class. But I do co-drive, so I run the whole route. I don't cheat and take highways and stuff either. I do it all myself. I believe that's Dean Teppin in the right lane. For some reason, some of my my stuff on my scoreboard goes away occasionally, but there it is right there. Yep, Dean Teppin. Third place in the 11.0 category, goes 12.97. That won't work. Left lane, that's John Schmidt. Schmidt in the G8. Mike Park in the right lane. Park in the 12.0. Sporty pickup truck running 12s. John Schmidt goes 12.84, 12.24 in the right lane. Tim Steenson in the left lane. Steenson the Mustang. The right lane is the Chevy Love. That's Ronnie Steffen. All these cars, street cars, they all have turn signals and tail lights and license and registration and everything you need when you know, have a street car. Pretty much all the stuff a policeman will ask you if you get pulled over. On top of that, they all have a horn. They have to have a working horn. That's a different number. $10.96 in the right lane is too fast for that 11.0 category. And again, those index classes, if you're too fast from your index, it's like a breakout, so you lose. If you try to turn in that slip, we'll tell you that's fine. You did break the beams, so you get a 20-second time slip. And you're still in, which does happen. So if you're hurt and you want to stay in the competition, you can break the beams, get a 20, and then fix the car. Also, when you turn in that time slip, you can use like the portable car hoist, or you can get a lot more help at that point. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. True Street 9.0 and all the class cars. True Street 9.0 and all the class cars, come on down to the lanes. Again, True Street 9, all the class cars, come on down, any staging lane. Once again, racers, attention in the pits. 9.0 index and all the class cars, come on down. 9.0 index and all the class cars, come on down. Here is Stevie Ellingson. That's my girlfriend. That's my Cadillac in the left lane. Stick shift car. How about a stick shift Cadillac with a V8? Right lane, that's David Paschal. Paschal in the 12.0, Stevie in the 14.0. $11.60 in the right. Stevie goes $14.21. We've been trying to slow that car down all week. The trunk's full of like tools, and like it's the spare tire still in there and stuff. It went $13.60 a couple of days ago. So, and she's leaving off idle. That's a fun little car. Those CTSVs, those early first gens, they come with an LS6 or an LS2 and a T56 transmission. That's the only way you can get them. But when you sold them, they were like $70,000 in 2006, so not very many of them are sold, and most of the folks looking for a Cadillac aren't looking for a V8 and a stick shift necessarily. So they'd buy the, you know, DTS or the regular CTS or something else with like even a North Star type V8. But that one has an LS type engine and a stick shift, and I like that car a lot because it's mine. But again, 9.0 and all of the index cars. 9.0 and all of the index cars. Come on up to the lanes, any lane. What we're going to do is switch the clocks over to 8th mile, and you guys run 8th mile.
Are any of these racers able to do multiple classes, or do they have to stick with one class?
One class. However, I do have a couple of, only one car that has two drivers, same class, with the same car. It's a husband-wife team. But no, we only allow you to enter one, and honestly, the thing sells out in about 6 minutes. So you couldn't buy a ticket and then get back in and buy another ticket in time. That's Red Hat Scotty in the Fox Mustang. The four-eyed fox, in my opinion, the best fox, because why not? Again, 9.0 and all the class cars, any staging lane, please. 9.0 and all the class cars, any staging lane.
Jack, how'd you get out of the jailhouse this early? I thought you were on a work release.
The Fox Turbo LS for power. He put an engine in this thing on our 1.0 event, blew the thing up, found one, put it in, completed the thing. 1034. He also had the radiator like ratchet strapped into it, and it was this thing it's like you got to be able to MacGyver the car as you make it through the week, and you know, there's always stuff breaking, and the street kind of has its own kind of world going on.
Is that why I see a lot of duct tape for sale over there?
There's a ton of duct tape for sale. In fact, there's a car that you'll see later, the Mountain Dew car. He's actually second place. He might be first place in Unlimited right now. He is first place. He went 740 last night at 188 miles an hour. He duct tapes the entire front end on the car and then hits the road. 188 mile an hour tape.
That'd be blue in color instead of gray, right?
So again, 9.0 index and all the class cars. 9.0 and all the class cars. You should be in the lanes. We're going to switch the timing over to 8th mile. And you guys are running 8th mile. 8th mile is right where the scoreboards are. So you're just running right to the scoreboards, and that's it. So again, all you class cars, all you 9.0 cars, you should be in the lanes. We are ready for you when you are ready.
And I want to thank all of our spectators for showing up out here on a work day and watching this show. You're at Mid-America Dragway. This is an old World War II training field for training pilots back. Used to be barracks and a whole city out here at one time during the war, and leftover tracks in Kansas here. You probably may know that. There's several of them around the state here that's been turned into drag strips. There was 3 alone of these, maybe four of these fields in this Kansas area. They'd done these training fields in Kansas because it was further away from the coast, either coast. So they'd done it here for some odd reason.
And again, I call it school night drag racing. We appreciate it for sure. Hanging out with us till 11 at night.
Really? Anybody got a job here? What's the deal?
Everyone called in sick to watch some streetcar drag racing. It's good times. And I'll tell you what, if you want to offend one of these guys, go out there and tell them they haven't got a race car. None of these are race cars, these are street cars, because we prove it. We drive the thing 1,000 miles in a week, and kind of to quote Larry Larson, who's like the pope of this kind of thing, a lot of people can drive their car 1,000 miles. A lot of people can race their car a lot, but no one does both. And if you do, you're either stupid or good.
It is pretty amazing what you can get out of them with a little maintenance, I guess. So and a lot of tools in your trailer.
Well, and you build them different. You don't if you build the thing as a race car, you put the biggest cam in it you can find. You kind of get to the open up the JEGS catalog and you go to the bottom, and that's one that's going to make the most power. Well, that's the one that's going to eat the valve springs out of the thing in about 30 miles too. So
then you see guys out here like Larry Larson, and it's what's he running? And,
he's gone 598 in drag week trim, and that's in a quarter mile. And he has run in the 570s with that car.
So he's
or that truck, yeah, the S10.
Yeah, he's figured out something and still drive 1,000 miles. So
no, it's incredible. It's definitely incredible, and you'll see a bunch of it coming down. You'll see some interesting stuff like the first pair. Rick Fleetus is out there with the 70 Chevelle. Beautiful, beautiful car. And you'll be like, man, that thing's running really rich. Well, no, it's got a Duramax for power. So there's a diesel underneath the hood of the thing. And he's in our 9.0 class. So in a quarter mile, you'd see that thing running about 9.0. And he's actually gone faster than that with this thing. And he has run a national event with it. He took it out, pulled a trailer to the event that he stayed in, and went out and competed in super gas. Fleetus is second place in that category with a 9.05. He's put up a 9.05, a 9.10, and a 9.01 with that Duramax Chevelle, and you'll see him pulling up in the left lane. All right, folks, that's all the takers I had for class cars. So, oh, we got some more. Hold on. We'll hang on just a little bit. Again, Rick Fleetus in the left lane, the Duramax Chevelle. .79 in the left lane, 123 miles an hour, 768 to the right. We're running 8 mile with these cars. What we'll do is we'll add the back half of yesterday to this 8th mile and build them a quarter mile. Left lane, that's Keith Fenstad in the limited street category. This category is an 8th mile category, so he's running that all week anyway. The right lane is Brad Long. Long in the 9.0. Currently your leader, 903. Fenstad, the Futura. 756 in the right lane, 591 on the left. Little Camaro on Camaro crime. Trevor Burkherder in the right lane, naturally aspirated small block. What we call a small block is 434 inches or smaller. 435 inches or bigger is a big block. We don't care the architecture. That's John Wishman in the left lane. Wishman also naturally aspirated small block. When we say naturally aspirated, we mean no supercharger, no nitrous, no turbo. This is all motor. 658 in the right, 792 in the left. Martin Rofer in the left lane, the Mustang. Again, running all of our 9 race cars and class cars. Right lane, that's one of our stick shift cars. Trevor Berkherger, second place in the stick shift class behind Cletus. Had his index or his average right now 10:29 in the quarter. Again, he's running 8th today. Our rules for stick shift H pattern, so you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, like up, down, and you have to move the shifter. 630 in the right lane, 778 in the left. Also clutch assist shifts, so no Lenkos, no Liberties, and must weigh 3,000 pounds at the end of the run. In that class. Here's Danny Allen in the left lane. Danny in our ultimate radial category. This, you can use a 750 cage and a 315 radial with that wagon. The right lane, that's Jacob Bailey. Bailey in the stick shift class. Here at Bangin' Gears, 609 in the left lane. Right lane goes 8 flat. That's Blaine Reed. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. True Street 10 through 14, True Street 10 through 14, come on down to the lanes, any lane. Reed goes 702. Once again, True Street 10 to 14. Come on down to the staging lanes, any lane. Bill Perkins in the left lane. Bill in the stick shift class. Dustin Jones in the right lane, national aspirated small. At the stripe, 740 in the right, 846 in the left. Two Fox bodies. Randall Reed in the right lane. Randall in our limited street class. Not sure what that really equates to in the 8th mile, to be 100% honest with you, but. So 601 on the right, 944 on the left. As folks start trickling in, tell them what we're doing with the rules here, folks. Class cars at 9.0 and faster are running the 8th mile, and we'll bill your quarter mile. Playing the Hellcat. Dave Berry in the right lane, naturally aspirated, small block entry. Again, true street cars, 10 through 14, any lane, come on down. Berry currently third place in that naturally aspirated small block category. .653 in the right, 664 in the left. We got one more taker for that 8th mile class, naturally aspirated small block Nova. That's Mike Pryka getting all suited up. And again, racers, when folks start showing up, let them know what we're doing here. 9.0 index, and all of the class cars are running 8th mile today. Not running the quarter. And again, we're going to take your back half from Tulsa.
Oh, S-H-I-T. That was easy. Looks good. Send it. That looks gooder than the goddamn.
So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI. With the versatility of an externally mounted ECU, then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install, standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old-school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in two versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8 injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards of 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100-pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1,440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1,500 naturally aspirated and 1,250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get onboard diagnostics, full control of your ignition timing, configurable inputs and outputs, as well as a wideband O2 sensor that's capable of fuel map self-learning. This all adds up to better idle quality, improved reliability, and all-around better drivability. And in our 4150 throttle bodies, you'll find kickdown provisions for GM's TH350 and 400, as well as the 200R4 and 700R4 transmissions. It's also set up for handling Ford's C4 and C6 applications. And Mopar friends, you can always add our throttle lever extension to connect your 904 or 727 kickdown. Put some excitement back into your classic ride. Upgrade it with EFI. For more information on Terminator X Stealth, visit us at Holley.com.
Mile. These are slower index cars. Oh, we've been live for 30 minutes, says Chad. All right. Awesome. Hey, live feeders. We appreciate all y'all tuning in. We had like 3,800 people watching yesterday on the Bank Shift live feed, which is awesome. And we're back to quarter mile. These are our slower index classes, our 10 through 14s. So again, you'll see that normal quarter mile time you see, or you're used to. right lane, that's Corey Schroeder. Corey, the Monte Carlo, second place in the 14-0 class. Garrett Hahn in the left lane. Hahn also in the 14-0, go 14.79 in the right, 14.25 in the left. They'll need to come back. Again, if you're kind of not in the 00s on this deal, you're gonna need to come back and try to put it in the 00s. These classes are super duper tight already, and by the end of tomorrow night, it's gonna be insanity. We got some classes down to like 6 digits, like 10.93337 and 10.93330. It's nuts. Dan Gosha in the right lane in the 12-0 goes 11.90. That's too fast. 11.95 in the left lane is too fast as well. Again, that's like a breakout. So if you try to turn in an 11.95 and a 12-0, we say that's great. You broke the beams under your own power, so you're still in. But here's a 20. And he's going to go, wait a second. I ran 11.95. We do allow them to break the beams again, just to stay in competition. So if they're hurt, break the beams, back the thing out, then go work on it and try to get to the next track. Right lane, that's Spencer David. Spencer fourth place in the 13-0. Left lane, that's Tom Foglin. Foglin in the 12-0. 12.22, 13.00. Talking about. So again, he can take that slip, go turn that thing in and get the route, and if he wants, he can leave right now and drive back to Noble. But most guys don't, because you have hotels here, and we may as well stay here, and that's part of the deal. We like to come to all these towns, and we spend money here. We're buying gas here, we're eating in, eateries here. We're staying in hotels here. We're helping out the economy. It's all good. It's really cool stuff. Left lane. The right lane, that's Austin Kanka. Kanka in the 12. 11.98 is too fast. 12.17 in the left lane. John Kimbrough in the left lane. Kimbrough the Ranger. Right lane, that's Jake Werfele. Again, running our index classes. These are our slower classes, 10-0 to 14-0. Running those in quarter mile, and then the 9-0 and all the class cars are running 8th mile. David Croft on the left lane in the burnout box. That's one of those PPVs. Those are things were sold as police cars. They're rear-wheel drive V8s. Has like an LS2 in it, I believe, or like an L92, 6-liter. They were only sold as police cars. And that's Greg Jones in the right lane. Greg Jones, your leader in the 12-0 category. His average right now, 12.012. At the stripe, 12.11. Left lane goes 14.18. Dale Gebhardt is back in the 33 Plymouth. 340 Mopar for power. And that's Ron Augustine. Augustine in the 11.0 class. Gebhardt in the 14.0. Just a little cleanup, and again, all you folks with AC, make sure that stuff is off, of course. And while we're down just a second, a big shout out to all of our sponsors. Again, Portable Car Hoist, you'll see that thing later. More race chassis and fabrication, Florida Injection, Texas Speed Performance, Bank Shift, who's out there. Pro Copy, Joe Tech, Nitrous Outlet, Central Speed and Supply, War Performance, Disorganized Grime, Leading Edge Technology Partners, FM Pad, 4Ride Performance Tuning, Hot Rod Jack, First Class Auto, Ray and Karen Drag Racing with Friends, Gocher Street Legends, Dates Works, Aspergen Repair and Towing, and Badfish Racing. Augustine Twin Turbo LS in the Chevelle. So we're going to run Jennifer Coaster first. Coaster in the pickup, and then we'll bring you Trevor Brandon with the GTR. Trevor in the limited street category. $14.26 on the left. So the right lane, he's in our limited street category. That's Trevor Brandon, currently second place in that category. He's letting him know you're running the 8th mile, pal. That's just how this works, no big deal. Just run to the 8th mile scoreboard, and we'll bill you a quarter mile time. This car has done 8 miles all week. And that won't be it. The thing shifts to like 7th gear or something, goes 643. So Dean Teppin in the right lane, Teppin the Nova. I think this is the guy that was looking for that yoke, and he found it. Left lane, that's Bill's. And again, we're back to quarter mile racing. 11:04 in the right lane, 10:77. Mike Kearns in the right lane. The Challenger, left lane Ernie Riley, both on the 14.0. So both these vehicles looking to get that thing on the 14.00. Ernie, currently your leader in this class. 1390 on the right, 1394 on the left. That's too fast. They'll be back. Ty Thompson in the right lane. That's your leader in the 10. AJ Anderson in the left lane. 1278 in the left. 10:00.82. There he goes. He'll turn that in, I promise you. That'll keep his lead in the 10.0. Left lane, that's Jason Deuscher. Deuscher in our rowdy radial category should be running the 8th mile and does. Goes 7:83. Right lane is 10:07. So again, folks, just come up when I call you, and I know it's tough because you can't hear anything. We'll try to sort it all out when we get up here, but again, right now running our slower classes, those 14, 13, 12, 11, and 10. John Long Sr. in the right lane in the S10. And that's Luke Brunko in the left lane in the Mustang. The S10 in the 13-0, Brunko in the 12-0. Again, thanks for all you spectators coming out. Look at this. Stands. That's awesome. 1294 in the right, 1332 in the left. Austin McBean's in the right lane. And that's Kent Davis in the left lane. McBean's the SS. Lane. Left lane for Davis goes 18.99. Chris Gauche. Gauche in the left lane. He's your leader in the 13.0. 13.023 right now, his average. And again, the deal here, you take your average at the end of the thing. At the stripe, 13.24 in the left, 13.18 in the right. Azim Sheik in the left lane in the 12-0. $12.08 for Azim. 11.84 in the right lane. Max Croning in the left lane, or in the right lane, I'm sorry. Vega. Left lane, Chevelle. All right, we're back. New mic. Is this better? Can you hear me better? All right. So next pair. The Chevelle. Chevelle in the left lane, that's TJ Johnson. Johnson in our hot rod category should actually be in the 8th mile. Okay, how about now? Chad, what do you think? This mic or the left? That's the Jesse Matafari. Left lane, that's Jerry Gwynn. Gwynn in the 13-0 category. The trucker, it goes 12.42, but he'll turn in that 7.89 in the 8th. 12.89 in the left lane. So we're down just a second while we clean up. What I'm guessing is that trucker left some stuff on the road and he developed a rather large oil leak and he's going through oil like crazy. Just like that. So again, that trucker did spring a little bit of a leak and he's going through a ton of oil, and so I think he just left a little oil in the starting line, so we'll get that cleaned up. I would bet you that's the only pass we'll see from him, and while we've got a little bit of quiet time, racers, hopefully you can hear me. Again, 103.9 on the FM gets you me on your radio if you have one. Hang out someone next to a radio that has one, and again, as people start kind of like rolling in, let them know what we got going on here. We're running all the class cars and all the 9.0 cars in the 8th mile. The reason there, our shutdown here is just a little bit too short for some of those super fast cars. What we're gonna do is build a quarter mile. You're gonna take your 8th mile from today. We're gonna take your back half of your quarter mile from yesterday. We're gonna add them together. We're gonna build you a quarter mile for today. I know it sounds weird, but we've done it before and it works awesome. And it allows us to use some of these other tracks that are a little smaller and do have a little bit shorter shutdowns and stuff, and we can bring streetcar drag racing to Geuda Springs, Kansas, which we love doing. Because again, we come through here and we support all the local economy. We are staying in your hotels, we're eating in your restaurants, we're buying fuel at your gas stations, and we're helping your families and your community, and we love doing that. So again, down just a moment here, and we're back. Brad Francis in the left lane, Francis in the Fox Mustang. Francis in the left lane of the Fox. The right lane goes 1190. Left lane 1133. Curtis Tanky in the left lane, Tanky in the 13-0. Right lane, that's Joe LaMastra. LaMastra the Mustang. LaMastra on the brakes, trying to get the thing on the index, goes 13.18, 13.46 on the left. We'll see them back. So again, right now, running those indexes, 14 to 10. We do have 14 classes in Rocky Mountain Race Week, which seems like a lot, but a couple of these classes only have like 3 and 4 people in them. Trailblazer SS in the right lane. That's Andrew Machinsky. Machinsky in the 13.0 index. Left lane, that's Chris Benkin. Benkin in the Stealth. The Stealth in the 11.0. I'm sorry, the 10.0, but has turned in some 11s. That did turn out at 10.93. Goes 11.08. Right lane, 12.82. Ovar Esquivel in the right lane. Esquivel actually in the unlimited category, but not a super fast car, so we'll let him make a pass. That car's been running in the high 12s. Left lane, that's AJ Anderson. Here's Jared Aspergren. Aspergren, your first place car in the 11.0. His index right now, 11.02 is his average. So 2,000ths away from perfect. Joey Marshall. Grote's back in the Gremlin. The Gremlin in the 10.0. Grote third place in that index. Eric Carroll in the right lane. $9.99 in the left lane, just that much too fast. 9,000ths, $9.99 with a 1. 9,000ths too fast, so he'll need to come back. And again, we'll be down for just a moment. Just doing a little bit of track prep. So again, we're going to be down for just a moment for some track prep. Cruise over to the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent and check out those shirts. We're selling the exact same shirt that the racers get. They also have an alternative shirt over there. They've got hats, they've got koozies, all sorts of stuff. Again, the Motion Raceworks trailer is out there. They've got their stuff. While we have a little bit of quiet time, let's get the 9.0 cars and all the class cars, 9.0 cars and all the class cars to the lanes. We're only going to be down a couple of minutes, so don't go too far. The concession stand is open, so cruise over there, and of course stay hydrated, but it's a lot cooler today, which is awesome. It's been super duper hot the first couple of days for us, and last night it got downright chilly. That cold front they were promising came through, which is awesome. But again, thanks to all of our sponsors, 1320 Video, Motion Raceworks, and Bang Shift for hosting that live feed. And thanks for all the live feeders watching the stream. And again, 9.0 and all those class cars, come on down. And again, as people start trickling in, and this is kind of how the deal works, we drove all morning, so there's a lot of people still working on stuff. There's one guy, Eric Wilson, who's putting a piston in his truck on the side of the road right now. He brought a spare piston and rod with him. He blew a hole in the piston at Tulsa and is now on the side of the road fixing the thing. So we'll see him later, but obviously he's not here yet. So as people start trickling in, just let them know what we got going on. All the class cars are running the 8th mile. All the 9.0 index cars are running the 8th mile. All the 10-second and slower index cars are running quarter. And again, while you're watching this racing, don't forget 750 street miles on every one of these cars. Right now we'll have over 1,000 by the time we're finished, including 178 this morning. We ran 370 yesterday. We ran about 250 our first day. So at least 750 miles on these cars. We make them run the route. You can leave the route. That's totally fine. So if you want to go eat or whatever, but then you have to regain the route at the same place that you left it. So if you make like a little 8-mile jaunt somewhere, you got to come back that same 8 miles, rejoin the route, and then you're off. Again, 9.0 index, and all of you class cars, come on down. We'll switch over to 8th mile and we'll run you. And again, while you're contemplating how we do this, we're going to take your 8th mile time from today. We're going to add it to your back half time from yesterday, and we're going to build you a 1/4 mile. Say, what? Again, we did this at Ozark a few years ago, and it works just fine. You just need to do a little math to figure out where you need to be. So whatever time slip you turned in yesterday, we take the back half, add it to your 8th mile, and build you a 1/4.
Yeah, me too.
So again, running the 8th mile does a couple of things for us. And I know a lot of you are like, you're doing what? But it does give us a chance for those faster cars to slow down. On top of that, it gives the track a better chance to only keep like half of the track really well prepped, because those really, really fast cars are only going to be using that first half. The slower cars don't need a bunch of prep in the top end. So it's kind of a win-win-win. Is that Jazzy out there doing scooter tricks? Showing Easton what's going on? That's good stuff. Hey, give Matt Frost one of those scooters and he'll show you some tricks, I promise. Either that or break his arm. I'm not sure, one or the other. So again, just doing some track prep. I'll run through some of our classes for you out there just so you kind of know what's going on. Again, the index classes, the rules for that thing is no gutted out race cars. It's got to have a dash, it's got to have carpet, and it's got to have door panels. But that's pretty much it. We don't have like weights or anything on any of that stuff, and you can run whatever you want as long as it runs the index. We've got our hot rod class. Hot rod is 67 and older. So again, hot rod, 67 and older, no billet type wheels and no bead locks. And needs to just look like a hot rod. Gasser class is just gassers. We only have one of those left. That's Rob Lipinski. Naturally aspirated, small block, and big block. Small block is 434 cubic inches and smaller. Big block is 435 cubic inches and bigger. We have the stick shift class. Again, the stick shift category, sorry, we're figuring out there's a diesel truck parked behind a piece of equipment out here, and we're trying to figure out who maybe has that thing. If you got like a red diesel truck and you parked behind a piece of equipment with a bunch of cones behind it, those cones were there for a reason, so you wouldn't park that truck there. So if you got a red pickup truck, apparently a diesel, I don't know if how he knows that, maybe he started it up, but I just told him back that piece of equipment out and push that truck out of the way. And he said, yeah, maybe I'll just see if we can find who owns that thing first. But if you got a red truck and you park with a bunch of cones in front of a piece of equipment, we're about to move that and you won't be happy how we move it. But anyway, back to it, stick shift category. Stick shift runs H pattern shifter, so you have to kind of shift it like a normal car, 1 to 2, over to 3, down again to 4. You can't run a V gate where it's just forward, backward, forward, backward. Also, clutch assist shifts, so no Lenkos, no Liberties, that sort of thing. And we must weigh 3,000 pounds. That's the class I normally run with my Malibu. We have a motorcycle class. The motorcycle class is you have to race on 2 wheels. That's the only rule. You can pull a trailer if you want to carry your stuff, or a sidecar. And actually, one of our motorcycle racers was involved in a bike accident today and is in the hospital. We only had 2. That's Shane Werner, and that's a tough deal. And apparently he had a broken leg and a few other injuries. And want to give him a big shout out and say, dude, sorry the bike's tore up. We're doing what we can to get that bike back for you. And you just need to work on getting better, man. And that's a terrible deal. And that's part of the deal. We do ride these bikes and drive these cars on the street. And sometimes stuff happens, and we just hate to see when somebody gets hurt, and that's the worst part. But again, motorcycles, just 2 wheels, no trikes. Limited street. That's our kind of 850 index class. You can only have an 850 cage in the car. You cannot have the funny car hoop to make it a 750 cage. And they run on a 275 radial. Outlaw street. That's a 275 radial, but with a 750 cage. Rowdy radial, that's our 235 or 26 850 slick 8th mile class. And again, a bunch of guys are 8th mile classes today, but we only turn in 8th mile times for those rowdy radial cars anyway. Ultimate radial, that's a 315 radial with a 750 cage. Pro Street, that's like an 80s Pro Street back half car. That's where Finnegan's car fits. And that's exactly what that car is kind of built as. It's like an 80s Pro Street car, back half car. And then unlimited is unlimited. You kind of bring whatever the heck you want, but it needs to weigh 3,000 pounds. So the idea there is if you want to bring a Pro Mod, you can bring a Pro Mod, but we're going to make you hang like 400 or 500 pounds off the back of the thing. No big deal. But that's a breakdown of all of our classes, 14 classes. Each one of those classes pays $1,000, with the exception of unlimited pays $2,000. So if you do the math, that's $15,000. And that's green cash money, by the way. And then the fastest overall average for the week gets 15 grand. So we have a $30,000 purse for this deal. And also, if you're the fastest average, you also have won your class, obviously, because you're the fastest. And you take that purse home as well. So if you are in the unlimited category and you are also the fastest average through the week, you take home $17,000 for a week of driving your car. I'll take that. Except I don't have like a 750 car to be able to do that, unfortunately. But again, that's a little breakdown for all y'all watching.
Hope you guys are enjoying the live coverage from BankShift.com of Rocky Mountain Race Week 2021. Where our crew's on site all day, all week, bringing you all 7 days of live coverage on our YouTube channel. So check out the highlights there. And after that, check out our website because we have tons of new items for 2021 in our merch store, including our brand new Bald Eagles and Burnout shirt pre-order we got going on right now. We're here all 7 days of Race Week, bringing you highlights from the road, from the racetrack, all the action.
55. Where's Mike Finnegan? I don't know. With that rubber duck car, they are filming a roadkill episode on this 2.0 event, so you'll see him up here, and there'll be a bunch of cameras around there, and they're filming an episode for that. So you'll see Mid-America Dragway on roadkill when they have that thing up here. And I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but maybe you'll see yourself and you'll be famous, and you can like sign people's shirts and stuff. You'll be like, "There's me." But anyway, again, down just a moment for track prep, and we'll be back in just a moment once we get this tractor off the track. But again, big old thank you to all of our sponsors, 1320 Video, who were missing this week like crazy. We do have a bunch of kind of freelance photographers out here doing their thing, and they are popping out some good stuff. We appreciate them a lot. Also, a lot of our kind of smaller YouTuber type of guys are doing a lot of content, so go check a bunch of those guys out. Also, Motion Raceworks, again, they got their trailer out there, and if you need like a new date night shirt or something like that that doesn't have grease stains on it, go get yourself a new shirt at the Motion Raceworks trailer. They also have that hat that has like the patch on it. I still need to get over there. Every time I come out of the tower, the thing's already packed up, which is a shame. Racers, we do have fuel at the fuel trailer. That's that black trailer by the entrance. They also have nitrous fills over there. Again, just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. So again, down just a few more minutes for track prep, and then we're going to bring you those kind of faster sort of class cars and the 9.0 index cars. You see Jason Deuscher on the starting line. He's in the spec scooter class. That's the Outlaw 4-inch tall tire class. He's going to show us some scooter tricks and then probably break his neck. Deuscher's got the Fox body in the Rowdy Radial class, and he's also helping Randall Reed in the Limited Street class. Part of Team Texas out of Denton. He actually got to sleep at home one night on this deal, and that's kind of some of the fun when we move around is, you know, we come kind of near your area. We have no problem with that. Jump off the route, go to your house, sleep in your own bed, eat your own food, shower in your own shower, get back on the route in the same spot, and join the route again, and you're rocking and rolling. But again, bringing you those class cars here pretty soon, so if your butt's not in a seat, you make it near a seat pretty quick, and we're going to be back to action before you know it. So we're just spraying right now. So now's a good time. Come on down to the lane, or down to the seats. If you're watching the live feed and you're kind of nodding off, now's the time to wake yourself up. Spray real quick, and we'll bring you all these 9.0 index classes, and again, those class cars. Like I said, we're building you a quarter mile today. You're running an 1/8 mile. We're going to take your back half last night from Tulsa, and we're going to build you a quarter mile. We'll just add it all together, and that's how it'll work for your average. And like I said, that gives us a chance to run some of these smaller tracks, like Mid-America Dragway, which is super awesome. This place is great. Again, the drive out here was really, really cool, and had a great time. Saw a lot of very, very cool stuff, and we had some good checkpoints today. We had 2 body shops. One body shop had a Optimus Prime built out of body parts and car parts, and the other one had a Bumblebee built out of car parts and body parts, and that was super, super awesome. And we stopped at those and took a bunch of pictures and got selfies, and that was neat. Big thanks to Chad as well for running that route for us and getting it all set up. And again, we don't just like drive down the highway. We drive down a bunch of 2-lane roads, and we see a bunch of stuff that you don't normally see if you're going 80 miles an hour on the highway. It's kind of reminiscent of the movie Cars. Radiator Springs. We get to see a bunch of Radiator Springs as we cruise through. So again, we are spraying right now, so drivers, if you're kind of near the front there, now's a good time to start getting your suits on and getting in your belts and whatnot. And we'll be back to action before you know it. Once again, Rocky Mountain Race Week 2021 2.0, day number 4, Mid-America Dragway in Geuda Springs, Kansas. 750 street miles on everything you're seeing. We'll be over 1,000 by the time we're done. And again, and a lot of people say they have a street car, but we make you prove it. And again, we are running till 11 o'clock tonight. It's 5:20 right now. So we got a bunch of hours left of racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are live. Sorry, I was posting something on Facebook. To everybody that sent me notes about Daphne today, thank you so much. I've got so many from you, and I so appreciate it. Would have been her 54th birthday today, so very cool. But we are here on her very favorite event. We are here at Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0. Actually, 1.0 is her favorite event, but 2.0 close second. No pun intended. We are here at Mid-America Dragway in Geuda Springs, Kansas. If you don't know where that's at, that's okay. They don't either. It is so close to the Oklahoma border that they have an Oklahoma and Kansas flag here. Because I'm not sure, but I think the border might legitimately be the tree line at the end of the racetrack. I mean, it's not far. It's seriously not far. At most, it's a couple miles. Hats off to the crew here. Super nice. We rolled in. The ladies at the gate were awesome. The staff here has been super cool. We rolled in and said, were thinking about setting up there or maybe here or maybe over here, and they were totally cool and said, hey, wherever you want to go is fine with us. And we started to go on the other side of the racetrack. There was some issues with that. I was afraid we were going to damage some of their equipment. And so instead, we're right here by the tower. Got hooked up to their power, which is awesome. And again, just super nice people. So big thanks to Mid-America Dragway. It's a cool racetrack, dude. It appears that this was an airport, okay? Because the staging lanes run as long as the drag strip at an angle to it. So the two of them are like this. Looks very much like runways. And so I'm going to assume that that's what it used to be. For this kind of event, dude, the pits are epic because everybody can just back up to the grass, all on concrete. It's really good. So for sure. Okay, CJ says 3 miles from the border. There you go. Then 3 miles, probably a little further than the trees, but not that much. Yeah. Wow. So apparently Justin doesn't agree with the doing time, or the way they're doing the time. So Justin, if you don't agree, you're totally welcome to your opinion, but please keep it to yourself at this point. So and yeah, just north of Ponca City. It is an old World War II training airport. Well, there you go, David Anderson. Thank you. Ponca City is awesome. Super cool little town. Love it. Jeep YJ says, to be specific, the state line is 3.4 miles south from the 1.4 mile finish. So I think that might be that it's 2 miles from there. I don't know. That math. But yeah, sorry, somebody's like running into me. Falker Declan or Decian says he'd like to see some TV Street Outlaws do race week. Some of them have tried. Actually, not only tried, Murder Nova, before he was on any TV show, when he was just doing some YouTube stuff, Sean, he was on Drag Week back in the day. So he hasn't done race week, but he's done other stuff. Sean's a real deal. He's a good dude. Sorry, I thought I stunk for a second. Well, I actually might. Hold on. Oh, I smell like new t-shirt. That's what it is. Thank you, Spikey O. Appreciate it, dude. Mike Hatley, all of you guys that are there. We really do appreciate it. Doherty Farms, very good. Somebody is suggesting we not go. I don't know why we wouldn't come here, but with that said, we don't normally go to the same tracks each year. Not on 2.0. We might have 1 or 2, but we usually are changing it up for 2.0. So yeah. You're welcome, James Kelly. Brian Ock, 100. Cletus and James have not run yet today. Brendan Owens, Perth, Australia. Beautiful. Have not been to Australia yet, but I plan on it. And thank you for the kind words. We appreciate it very much. 88 Pro Street, my favorite dude of dudes. My S10 dude, I should say. Lee Neal is wanting me to say, Lee, you're awesome, man. Glory Stag. Can we see an 8-mile running race with all the drivers when the racing is done tomorrow? Dude, I'm not sure any of this could make it without keeling over, let me tell you. God. All right, guys, we have cars pulling up. So we'll go back to racing and we'll come back and we'll talk some more later. But thank you again for joining us. Big thanks to Holly and Optima Batteries as well as Motion Raceworks. 1320 video, and of course, the fine folks here at Mid-America Dragway. You are watching Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0.
Again, folks, we need you to pay attention to the staging lanes. I know it's hard to hear, but Park is going to get a 7:51 in the 8th. When he's in that 12-0 class, he needs to come back around and run with the quarter mile, folks. So no big deal. Get him turned around and run him with the quarter miles next time in the 12-0. But we're running the 8th right now. Something that just came to my mind that Philip Thomas just brought up. Here's what the overall looks like right now. Justin McMurtry in that Ford Durango, his current average 7.554 in repeating threes. Alex Taylor, her average 7.556 repeating. So there's like something like 15 ten-thousandths of a second between the two. 15 ten-thousandths separate McMurtry and Alex Taylor right now in the overall. And they're giving away $15,000 for whoever wins. Second place gets 0 in the overall. So again, we're just going to keep everyone up. So once again, look at the overall. There's about 15 ten-thousandths of a second between our first and second. Justin McMurtry in that Durango is in the lead by 15 ten-thousandths of a second currently in front of Alex Taylor. So the love in the left lane. So we are going to switch back to quarter mile. You'll see quarter mile times up here. 7 flat in the 8th here for the love in the left. But we're just going to run everyone on quarter. That way if you come up on accident in the 8th mile or whatever, you're good. But then you got both times. No big deal. So we're just going to keep it on that, and we'll keep everything rolling. Sorry, folks, we're just, I'm actually up here talking to the man himself, Matt Frost. We're up here yakking and so you'll see quarter miles on the screens, and the guys will turn in 8th miles. But they just need to know, if you're in this 8th mile, you're only running the 8th mile. If you feel like running a quarter, great, but you got to be able to get the thing reeled in. So don't do that. Run an 8th. So here we go, little Nova on Nova action. Ray Lashley in the right lane. Left lane is Dave Barry, 571 in the right lane, 646 on the left. And again, on the scoreboards, you're going to see quarter mile times. We're kind of running 8th mile, but that way we don't have to switch back and forth. And if someone gets in the wrong lane, it's not going to mess them up. But the guy on the scooter you saw earlier, that's Jason Deutscher in the right lane. Jason in the Fox. This is our limited street category. These guys run 8th mile anyway, so you'll see quarters. I'll read 8ths. Steve Brack in the left lane. Jason Deutscher in the right. Brack 4th place in Rowdy Radial. Again, that class, the 235 radial or 26 850 slick. So only an 8.5 inch wide tire allowed on these cars, which is like an 1.5 inches narrower than the car that you drove here. Very light. Brack at the 8th mile goes 557. Right lane goes 667 for Deutscher. There's Jason Hurley in the right lane, the Meltdown Firebird. It got its name because right before our 1.0 event last year, on the dyno, he caught this thing on fire like 2 days prior. So he said, "Name this thing." He went sevens the first 2 days in the quarter mile. Yesterday at Tulsa, unfortunately, could only put up like an 8:20. Danny Odom in the left lane. Odom in the Challenger. Odom at the 8th mile goes 689, 550 for Hurley. There's Nick Taylor in the right lane. They call him Nicky Bobby. This is that Mountain Dew car that has all the like duct taped on bodywork I was telling you about. No hood on it right now, so no duct tape. Out of the Mid-America Customs stables and Mac TV, this one of their shop cars. They call it Mountain Dew. The left lane, that's Jared Kime. Kime in the National Aspirated Small Block entry. Nick, last night, put up a 748 in Tulsa. Went 782, 8 flat, and then 748. Second place in the unlimited category, 777. Is his average. You see the wing has a ratchet strap on it. That's keeping that thing on. Oh, and it sounds like a bunch of oil out of that Mid-America Customs Mustang. So we're down for a couple of moments while we clean that up. So bad deal for Nick Taylor, but he does go 549 to the 8th at 95 on the brakes. So apparently a bunch of oil out of that Mountain Dew car, and we're down for a few minutes. But again, Taylor's second place in the unlimited category. His co-pilot's Adam Hodson, and they have made a career out of breaking and changing LS engines. They're currently third place overall. So no doubt in my mind they'll get that thing turned around. They may be looking for a short block 5.3, possibly. So if you're kind of around here and you have a short block 5.3, you may go see them in their pits, and they may have some cash for you. I just saw Adam laughing at that while he was walking away. Nick, they call occasionally Nuclear Nick because of his propensity to blow up LS engines. But again, while we got a little downtime, big thanks to all of our sponsors again: 1320 Video, Motion Raceworks, Bang Shift, Portable Car Hoist, FM Fab Speed Shop, 4Ride Performance Tuning, Hot Rod Jack, Texas Speed and Performance, Florida Injection, Disorganized Grime, Taylor's Automotive, Gosher Street Legends, War Performance, and another big shout out to them. They gave me $400 for that Rookie of the Year and the Young Gun deal. Also, big shout out to Male Motorsports. Male threw in $250 gift certificates for both the Rookie and the Young Gun as well. Central Speed and Supply, Force Performance. Robert's down there with his tent doing show specials on Rocky Mountain Race Week only for a few of his turbochargers. He's got turbos for everything. You got a Subaru, got a turbo for it. You got a DSM, got a turbo for it. You got a Nissan, got a turbo for it. You got a turbo LS, or you have an LS that you want a turbo, he's got a turbo for it. So go talk to Robert. He just loves talking turbos. He can talk you into the right one for your application, and he's probably got one sitting on the table you can take home today. Aspergen Repair and Towing, again, big help from them. Wishbone Performance, they're out here racing with us. Fat Fish Racing, who you'll see later on today. Jessica Patrick is actually on property. They live close to us. And she actually brought the fat fish out. And that's a AMC Marlin. Crower. Joe Tech Performance, and they're out there. They got a bunch of cars. You'll see that GTR make another pass. It's got the Joe Tech sticker on the side. That's Trevor Brandon, second place in the Outlaw Street, or I'm sorry, the Limited Street category. And we actually cruised with him today, him and his wife, and that was super fun. That car's wicked fast. And he's super duper close. It's 854 for Brandon and 853 for Randall Reed. That's in that 850 index, so they'll be looking to put that thing on that 850. And again, we're running 8th mile for those guys, so not necessarily looking for an 850 in the 8th mile, but in the quarter mile. So I'm not sure exactly how that will break out depending on their back half from yesterday. And chilling with Chet, Pro Copy, Jake's Performance, getting help from a lot of folks. Attention in the pits, Racer in Need. Racer in Need, we have a racer that needs a vacuum pump and some .4 brake fluid. If you have a vacuum pump and .4 brake fluid, if you can bring that to the Rocky Mountain Race Week trailer, please. Chad Reynolds said he's got a $25 Summit gift card for the Young Gun and Rookie as well. So you also get a $25 Summit gift card from Bang Shift for that deal. Man, they're gonna win like more than winning the class. Pretty soon I'm gonna be giving out like 2 of them for each. Nah, we'll just keep it the way it is. I like it. We're back. I got cars. Oh no, we're not back. He's just backing out of the water box. I just heard cars running and I got excited. That's how I roll. Again, I normally, in the past, had run this event. It got pretty big and we ended up with a live feed, and Matt said, we need someone to do this. And I kind of thought about it for about 3 seconds and raised my hand and said, you know what? I announced for a year at Douglas Motorsports Park, now defunct racetrack in Wyoming, when my car was broken, and decided, you know what? I can announce for this stuff. And I've been doing it a couple of years, and I'm not an announcer by trade by any means, but these are all my friends, and I like to tell everyone about all my friends. I like to kind of get all their stories and see what's going on, and then let everyone know how cool this is and how cool these people are. So I said, I'll do it. And Matt said, well, how much do I need to pay you? And I think I told him some crazy low number, like $600. And he was like, no, dude, I mean, you got to pay for hotels and all kinds of stuff. So I do make a little bit of money on this deal, and I appreciate it. It's fun, man. Don't tell him, but I would probably do it for free. Now cars are fired up and we're sending them down the track, so I'm back to excited. The stick shift Corvette in the right lane, that's Chad Jake, is currently first place ahead of Cletus, 8792. Cletus with an 8798. So currently your first place car. And this thing does do a bunch of popping and banging, so if you're easily scared over there in the seats, and the last time we ran, I saw a few of you jump. But that's a street car. Everything you're seeing, 750 miles on it right now. Told you. At the 8th goes 572 at 125. And we're down with that 3rd gen F-body in the left lane. Luckily he did pull off to the side, and again, racers, that's the right way to do it. That's the protocol. If you have problems, pull on off to the side so you don't mess up the center of the groove. But we'll be down a second while we get him off. That's Dylan Carroll. Dylan in the 9.0 index. We haven't had a whole lot of on-track issues, really off-track issues this year. So hopefully it's nothing bad here, but we'll be down just a second. Also, Joe Lamastra in that Mustang is looking for a vacuum bleeder with that .4 fluid. So if you got one of those like vacuum bleeders and .4 fluid, he just needs to bleed the clutch in that car. Actually, Joe, when you see Bill Armstrong has one of those for sure. Yep, and he's actually got a pressure bleed type system and a vacuum bleed type system. So when you see Bill Armstrong with that 66 Fairlane with that Bang Shift Billy tent up, he's got that stuff for sure. I don't know if he's here yet. He's still helping Eric Wilson put a piston and rod in his International. But when he gets here, he's got that stuff for sure. Okay, we're back. Fox in the rowdy radial category, again that 235, 26, 850. They are running 8th mile, and I'll read 8th mile, obviously. Pro Street category, that's Dave Bell. Pro Street again, kind of unlimited back half type class, stock front suspension type class. So you can do whatever you want to the back, cut the thing open and put ladder bars and 4 links and all sorts of junk. But the front half needs to stay stock style. 810 in the left lane. Bell in the right lane goes 609. The El Camino in the left lane, that's the car they call Bay. That's Andrea Breeden. That was a Rocky Mountain Race Week like giveaway raffle car. Back in the early days of this thing when it wasn't quite making money, Matt used to buy cars and flip them, and then he would do a little like waffle kind of raffle thing. She got this car for $100. Problems with the tune, and that's not going to do it, so hopefully it's not hurt. She'll come back. 608 in the right lane, 998 if you're keeping track at home. Apparently every one of these a drinking game happens. The drinking game this year is if you're keeping track at home or if you're keeping score at home. So there's a 3-1 off. I think that's Andy Cook. Yep, it is. Cook in the GTO, co-owner of Motion Raceworks, your leader in the Rowdy Radial. Left lane, that's that Duramax Chevelle, Rick Fleetus. Fleetus in the 9.0. Cook in that Rowdy Radial, small tire category. Cook at the stripe goes 5:21. That's his second best pass of the week. He turned in a 5:18 a couple of days ago, but 5:21 is second best pass of the week. Duramax Chevelle goes 5:64. Next pair, there's Randall Reed in the left lane. Randall, your leader in Limited Street. His average right now, 853 in that 850 index. Josh Miller in the right lane. 629 in the right lane, 653 in the left. Remember earlier when Mike Pryka ran with that green Nova? Well, there's Mike Pryka, the Sun version, down there taking pictures in the Motion Raceworks shirt. That's that one that looks like the Back to the Future theme. If you want one of those, go over to that Motion Raceworks merch trailer and get you one of those. They've got some of the best merch in the game. He's wearing that Motion Raceworks hat too. That thing is super duper sweet. It's got like the patch on it. Stevie, my girlfriend's over there going picking me one up right now because I can't ever make it to the merch tent in time. Next pair in the water box right now. That's Trevor Brandon, the GTR. Trevor is second place in that Limited Street. And that's the GTR. And again, Trevor, one of our Canadians. We have two. Have someone bring their cars over the border. This car was actually already in Texas at Jotech getting worked on. So he was able to fly down, but they have to do a 2-week quarantine when they get home. Rich Guido actually flew down and had somebody tow his car across the border that was an American. Americans can go back and forth. Canadians can't, which is weird. But begged, borrowed, and stealed his way across the border, and here he is with the GTR in that Limited Street looking for the 850 in the corner. Necessarily. What's cool with that car, he told me, 160,000 miles on that car. He drives it like crazy. It goes 543 in the 8th, 750 in the right lane for TJ Johnson in the hot rod class. Blaine Thiessen in the left lane. Blaine put this thing on the bumper. It doesn't have a bumper, so he put it on the fuel tank yesterday. Had some issues getting the thing kind of sorted back out. He did get it put back together, and here he is making passes. Blaine in the Ultimate Radial class goes 602. The right lane, the BMW, goes 984. Again, reading 8th mile times if you're just joining on the live feed. Next pair in the burnout box, that's Alan Casita in the Mustang in the left lane. National Big Block category, 1111. his average. Chasing Rick Hardy with a 10:22. Actually, it tells me Rick is out, so Casita's actually your second place car. Chasing Carlos Astor with a 9:77. So he needs to come up with like a second and a half. Joel Weiler on the right line. The F-150. 7:03 in the left, 8:05 in the right. That Nova wagon's back. Danny Allen in the Ultimate Radial category currently sits 5th. His average 9:38. Has gone as fast as 8:78. And that's Jeff Gallagher, your leader in the nationally aspirated small block. His average right now, 9:86. Allen gets a little out of shape and actually crosses the center line and gets out of it smartly. And Gallagher kind of bumps the thing through the beams, and we'll give him another shot. So we got the Mustang back in the beams. Gallagher, naturally aspirated small block, again 434 or less cubic inches. He goes 6:47. Jason Cantrell in the right lane, the Mustang, in the burnout box. Again, I want to give a big shout out to everyone out here in the stands that came out to watch school night drag racing on a Wednesday night. You guys are the real heroes. That's awesome. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. So again, Cantrell in the Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. True Street 10 through 14. True Street 10 through 14. Come on down to the lanes. Any lane, we'll get you your pass. True Street 10 through 14. Come on down to the lanes. 769 in the right lane. Once again, True Street 10 through 14. Come on down to the staging lanes. Any lane, we'll get you your next pass. True Street 10 to 14. Come on down, we'll get you your next pass. Here's Joey Marshall. The Camaro in the right lane. That's Jared Aspergren, one of our sponsors with Aspergren Repair and Towing. First place in the 11.0 category. His average right now, 11:02. At the stripe, 1080 in the left lane, 1172 in the right. Also give a quick plug to Sick the Mag. Sick the Mag is a deal that Tom Bailey put together. It's kind of built for this drag and drive community. It's all of the drag and drive events for the year. The first and second issues are the Midwest, or I'm sorry,
I'm at a complete loss. I'm at a complete loss for why it is that you guys in the chat are so angry because we're running 8th mile for the fast cars here today when that's not something new. We've done that before. On Rocky Mountain Race Week A couple years ago, we did that when we went to Tulsa. And more importantly, it has zero effect on you. So what do you care? It is all about the racers that are here, and they knew what was happening before they ever got here. It was told to them before. It has been told to them again. I haven't heard anybody bitching about it. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. If I was competing, which I've done before in this format with an 8-mile track thrown in, then what do you guys care? You're not racing. So there you go. So the other thing is, for the love of God, some of you have the worst damn parents in the history of the planet. Or you're too young to have been smacked around by yours. If you don't have something nice to say, then shut up. I mean, Jesus Christ. Dude. I swear to God, I'm just laughing at you guys. It is completely beyond me. So, forget about the 8th mile versus quarter mile. Those that have a real question because they're just joining us, absolutely. And that is what it is. 8th mile for all classes, 9-0 and quicker. And we will add their 660 to 1320 time from yesterday at Tulsa to their 8th mile today to get a quarter mile time. That's how it's going to work. 10-0 and slower, they get to run all the way down. So here's the deal, though. If you don't know what 660 to 1320 is because you're new, totally okay. That means 660 is the 8th mile. So from the 8th mile to the quarter mile, which is 1,320 feet, is what we're talking about. So that back half of their run from last night or yesterday will be added to their 8th mile time today. So it's going to be awesome. So everybody understands it's easy math. The tower will do it for everybody because they'll take their time today, add it with their time yesterday, and we'll be good to go. So, and for those of you that are griping and bagging on this racetrack, they're really nice here. Is it a super fancy racetrack? No, it's not. But we don't go to just super fancy racetracks. That's not the point. We want to have a good time. We go to cool little racetracks where communities are taking care of their racers by providing them with a place to race, like Mid-America does. And it's cool. You know, Andy Cook ran a 5:18 the day before yesterday. Couldn't get it down any quicker than that without blowing the tires off. If it comes out here first hit in the heat, runs 5:21. So the racetrack seems to be there. And I can't wait to see the fast guys take a hit at the 8th mile. So we'll see. But thank you to all of you for tuning in. Big thanks to Holly and Optima Batteries. For those of you waiting on Cletus and Jimmy, there's no, I don't know where they are. They were having some issues, but apparently they're on their way. They're just not here. They have not run yet. Or they may be here, but they have not run yet. So you'll see. It'll be good. So, and somebody asked, do we not have more than one camera? And yes, we do. We have the camera that's swinging all the way down track and one on this corner. So, cameras plus this one. There you go. Appreciate it, everybody. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching, there's 2,687 of you, but there's nowhere near that many likes. So if you like it, give us a like. If you don't, then don't watch. It's okay too. But thank you for joining us, those that have. Now I'm going to show you cars. But let's not gripe about everything. Let's all get happy.
Win in the right lane. Jared in the 13-0 with the S10. That's that truck they call the Live Boss, the S10. His wife Cassandra is co-pilot. Video on the run. 1285 is too fast. 1227 is too slow. So they'll need to come back and slow that thing down. That thing's been a bracket car pretty much all week. Been like 1304, 1306 all week. There's Ernie Riley back in the hot rod. Caddy 500 for power. Ernie, your leader in the 14-0. Bill Cash, currently 4th place in the 10-0 with a 10.05. Ernie's average right now, 14.019. Which is super impressive when you think about, like, he's been to 3 different tracks now, 3 different altitudes, 3 different kind of preps. He got the thing to 14.019, goes 14.13 today, 10.18 in the left lane. Dan Gosha in the left lane. Dan in the 12.0 index. Currently 2nd place, chasing Greg Jones. His average right now, 12.013. Jones, 12.012, 1/1000ths difference. Ryan Burge in the right lane. Ryan in the 13.0. 11.90's too fast. 13.20's too slow. So here is your leader, Greg Jones. Inside go should go too fast, as did Jones. Jones is going to try to put this thing on the 00. He's done it twice. Day 1 goes 12.007. Last night went 12.005. That's Travis Boltman next to him. Travis 4th place in that 12.0. So both these cars side by side looking for 00s. Once again, reaction times here don't mean anything. It's all about ET. So you'll see some kind of move a little faster, some move slower. Some guys will be sitting here spooling turbos on the line, doing all sorts of stuff. 12.09 in the right, 12.53 in the left. The Corvette, again, see the R on the window, that's that rookie. That's a little side money I've got going. I've got a bunch of extra stuff, and Bank Shift threw in some Summit Racing gift cards too to that. So thanks to Summit and Chad and those guys over at Bank Shift, we appreciate it. And whoever wins them appreciates it more. Jacob Swisher in the left lane, Swisher in the 13.0 pickup. Goes 13.31, 11.98's too fast. He'll come back around. Vince Rui. Vince in the Nova, in the right lane, normally runs our limited street class, that 850 class. Not able to make the call with the 427 engine that he normally has, so this is a 5.3 that he picked up out of a junkyard. And that's Sarah Thorpe in the left lane. Thorpe goes 11.18 in that 11.0. Sarah and her husband Rich are co-driving that GTO, so they'll come back around and you'll see Rich later. 12.82 in the right lane. Dave Bordalis in the right lane. Bordalis in the Hellcat. Tim Steenson in the left lane. Tim in the 12.0. I'm sorry, 14.0. At the stripe, 11.16 in the right, 14.12 in the left. Next pair in the burnout box, a couple of rookies duking it out. Again, rookies never done one of these drag and drive events at all. Not a Midwest drag, not a drag, not a Rocky Mountain race weeks. Pat Beach in the left lane, Pat in the 12.0 class. Jake Werfele in the right lane. Jake also, Jake in the 11.0 with the Turbo LS. At the stripe, 11.05, he'll like that, 12.30 in the left lane. Here's Cameron Thorpe, the Volvo wagon. It's louder than you think, watch. Supercharged LS. LSA. Thorpe in the 11-0 category. John Kimbrough in the right lane. Kimbrough in the 13-0 in the Ranger. Thorpe drives the thing around on the steel tires and puts the hubcaps on it and everything. Doesn't look like it'll run an 11-0. At the stripe goes 1098 with an 8, too fast, 124. 1329 in the right lane, 102. Again, working our way through our index classes. These are our 10-second and slower index classes. Then we bring down the 9-second with all the class cars later. We run those 9-second and class cars. Shutdown area here at Mid-America Dragway. And the last thing we want to do is fish one of these things out of the soybean field. So running those an 1/8 mile, and again adding the back half last night from Tulsa and adding that together, building a 1/4 mile for all the indexes and all the averages. Jack Fisher in the left lane, or the right lane, I'm sorry. Fisher, the stick shifted Chevelle. Chevelle in the 12-0 class. Fisher pulling levers and banging gears, hitting clutches and doing all sorts of stuff. Lauder. Oh, 1203 for Fisher. He'll love that. 1326 in the left lane. That Dodge Stealth is back. That's Chris Benkin. The left lane in the 12-0 class, that's Luke Butler. We started off in Noble, Oklahoma. Ended up at, I'm drawing a blank, it's insane. Went to Tulsa, Oklahoma, that was last night. Where did we go after that? I'll have to figure it out. I don't even know where I've been. It's been a heck of a week. Mike Park is back in the 12-0 class, the truck in the left lane. Goes 1204, 1291 on the right. Now I got to pull up the map where we've been. I have no idea. I'm losing my mind. Again, I run this thing, so as we get through the end of it, pretty much, you know, no idea what's happening. But I'll figure that out. But 750 miles and everything you're seeing at this point. Oh, I found it. Started in Thunder Valley, Noble. Then, oh, that's right, Texas, in Ennis. Texas Motorplex, that place is awesome. Then Tulsa, now we're here, Geuda Springs, Kansas, and we end up back there at Thunder Valley. Sorry, y'all. Like I said, I run this thing while I work it. I co-drive for my girlfriend Stevie and my Cadillac, and the days are all running together, and I'm not sure even what's happening anymore. Max Kroenig in the left lane. Kroenig in the Vega. Ron Augustine back in the right lane. Ron in the 11-0. There's 11:07. He'll like that. 13:05. He'll like that. John Long Jr. The Chevette. Chevette in the 12-0. That's Jennifer Coaster, the C10 in the right lane. Coaster in the 13-0 class. Joe Lemastra is still looking for that Mighty Vac type vacuum bleeder for his clutch. So if you have one of those, go see Joe Lemastra, that black Mustang. 1193 in the left lane, 1309 in the right. Try to get him enough to bleed that clutch. These new clutches are super tough to bleed. I know it, I get it. So we'll hopefully find you one of those Mighty Vacs, get that thing to you. Again, worst case, Bill Armstrong will be here at some point. He's helping Eric Wilson put a piston and rod in that International. Joey Marshall in the right lane in the 11-0, the blue Mustang. And the Rebels back. That's Mark Grote. Grote third place in the 10-0. Mustang having problems, and he'll meander on down. 10-0-0 with an 8. He'll love that. 133 miles an hour. The Jotech Corvette, that's C8. In the 10-0 class, that's Seth Student. The right lane, that's Jared Asperton. Here in the 11-0, it's a 11:03 up, 11:55 for the C8, obviously having some issues getting down track. Next pair in the water box. That's Tom Franks in the left lane in the Fox. The right lane, that's Josh Ram. Ram in the Charger. That 392 Scat Pack flavor. Indexes, name of the game, put it on the number. 1100, 1200, whatever index you're in. 1232 is not going to do it. 1197 is too fast. Again, you go too fast, it's like a breakout and you lose. So, can't turn that in. You can turn it in, you broke the beams, but you're going to get a 20-second time slip for that. Andrew Machinsky in the right lane. Machinsky, the Trailblazer SS. Left lane, that's Mike Kimmis. Next pair, Dustin Davidson in the left lane. Davidson in the Camaro in the burnout box. Eric Carroll in the right lane. Eric third place in the 14-0. Aspergen not getting the run he's looking for. Goes 11:52, kind of popping and banging and doing all sorts of stuff. Right lane goes 13:76. Here's that chilling with Tesla, the Tesla Plaid. He was towing around a big generator with him to power the thing and charge the thing overnight, and unfortunately, channel Chilling with Chet. He's also one of our sponsors, but he's like driving this thing underwater and doing all sorts of stuff. This thing's gone way faster than his tech speed. He can only turn in a slip as fast as his tech speed is, which is 10 flat in that newish car. But that thing just moves out and it's silent. And then he gets on the brakes so he doesn't get yelled at, and goes 10:30 at 94 miles an hour. He told me that thing is probably going to be good for high eights pretty soon. 14:23 in the right lane. He's got the thing all on weight reduction. It's got like race seats, like a super lightweight aluminum race seats in it. He's got the whole interior out of it. It'll be good. Ian Brown in the right lane. Brown in the 11-0 category. Left lane, that Brendan Mole. Brendan in the 14. At the stripe, 11:22 in the right. 14:27 in the left. The CTSV in the right lane, that's Stevie Ellingson. That's my car, that's my girl. In the 14-0 class, Rich Thorpe in the left lane. That husband-wife team in the 11-0 goes 11:81. Stevie goes 14:24 at 103. Again, trying to slow that thing down. It's been like 1360s all week, and we're from Denver. This stuff's slow up there. Get it down here with some air, and that thing is quick. It's pretty awesome. I like accidentally turned the thing sideways in Mexico. We found Mexico a little bit along the way. And that 4,000-pound car gets to be a handful when the thing's all sideways. Mike Stiver in the left lane, the Fox. Darren Fielder in the right lane, Fielder of the G8. $11:30 in the right lane. 11:29 in the left. Again, running through our index classes. These are slower classes. 10-0 to 14-0, except the CTSV in the left lane is actually in the 9-0. That's Felicia Smith. So she'll get to turn in an 8th mile slip, but that thing's got big old brakes. She can get it shut down. So we'll let her run the full quarter mile, I guess, if she wants to. Up to her, but she can only turn in that 8th, and we'll use the back half from yesterday, build her a quarter. Betty Geisbright in the right lane. Geisbright, the diesel truck. Smith does shut it down early, goes 6:13 in the 8th, 10:25 at the quarter. John Schmidt in the right lane in the 13-0 index. Sean Seifert in the left lane, the El Camino. Unfortunately, told you earlier it was Jessica Patrick. That's not true. It's Heidi Patrick. Sorry, Heidi. Heidi with the fat fish. She's going to make some passes later. Oh, she's right there. There she is. In the fat fish. I see her down there by the starting line. Got a good story to tell about that. So when she comes up here, we'll go through it all. John Schmidt in the right lane. The G8. I'm sorry, 1161 in the left lane, 1312 in the right. Pulling up now in the wagon. That's Darce Laws, supercharged LS for power, way faster than its approved tech speed, so he'll be slowing this thing down to run in the 12.0 class. But this wagon can run in the 10s. Just doesn't have a cage in it. Floyd Parks in the right lane, the F-150. At the stripe, 1205, 1559. Zach Dykage in the Fairmont. Also, racers, don't forget, air conditioners need to be off. You should know that. It's kind of first day stuff, but make sure your air conditioner's off. But again, Zach Dykage, I've been saying his name wrong all week. He was staying at the hotel I was staying at last night, and I said, how do you say your name? And he told it to me, and I forgot, and then was just thinking about it. Matt Walker in the right lane, Walker in the third gen. Dykage nearly ripped the torque box out of this Fairmont and almost threw in the towel. Found someone to weld a new torque box in it, and here he is. Goes 1096, needs to slow it down to that 11.0. 1234 in the right lane. Corey Schroeder in the left lane. Your second place car in the 14.0, 14.057. And that's Steve McDermott Jr. McDermott in the Dakota in the right lane. So here's Heidi Patrick. I did call her Jessica. I apologize for that. So here's the story. Her husband unfortunately was killed in an accident at work. Jason Patrick, her husband, he built and drove this AMC Marlin they call the Fat Fish. Fat Fish Racing. You can find them on Facebook and everything. But she was unfortunately widowed. This was his car. He did race week with us a whole bunch, and today's a kind of a sad day for the race week type folks. We're remembering a bunch of folks. But we remember Jason Patrick on this pass in the Fat Fish, the AMC Marlin. His wife Heidi making a pass in it right now, and we remember Daphne Reynolds. Daphne, her birthday, and unfortunately the day she passed, today as well. And, of course, Morgan. So yeah, today is a kind of a long-faced day in the race week community, but we race in their honor. But Morgan Hansen again succumbed to angiosarcoma. In the past on this day, and we remember her. Daphne also succumbed to cancer on her birthday, and today is her birthday a few years ago, and that's Chad Reynolds' late wife with Bang Shift, and we raise a glass to those race weekers that we lost, and that was super cool to watch Heidi make that pass in the old Fat Fish. So hopefully we see her make a few more passes and we can remember them today. Cameron Thorpe in the left lane, back with that bricked over 6.0 Volvo wagon, looking for that 11.0 time slip. Bobby Cole in the right lane looking for that 13.0. And here's the Fat Fish coming behind the stands. Give her a round of applause, folks. She's right behind the stands on the tower side here, and she lives really close here to Geuda Springs, and that was an awesome deal for her. Joe Lamastra, the black Mustang in the right lane. Katie Laughter. I've been calling her Lauder. It's Laughter. It's Travis Cannon's better half. In the 13.0. $12.91 on the right, $13.12 on the left. Randy Miller in the left lane, the 10.0 category. The right lane, that's David Paschal. Paschal in the Turbo Buick, running in the 12.0. $12.55. Left lane, $11.29. Brad Francis in the left lane, the Mustang. Francis in the 10.0 category. Jacob Swisher in the right lane. Swisher, the pickup, in the 13.0 category. $12.95 in the right. $10.14 in the left. Next pair in the burnout box, that's Drew Graff, left lane, 11.0. John Long Sr. in the S10. We have a John Long Jr. and a John Long Sr. out here, both rookies. Senior in the, I guess it's an S15 truck. I've been calling it an S10. I think the 15 is like a long bed. I'm not sure. $11.55 in the left lane, $13.17 in the right. So index cars, you shouldn't be hot lapping. If you're out there, we'll go ahead and let you make that pass. No big deal, but we're not doing any hot laps right now. So if you're out there, we'll let you make that pass. No big deal. But we want you to make one pass while we're cleaning up here. That way we can turn around and run those faster cars right behind you, and everyone will get their passes. I promise you. We got lots and lots of time. We're running until 11 o'clock on a school night here at Mid-America Dragway, Geuda Springs, Kansas. So, if you're out there, we'll let you make that pass, but the plan is that you make one pass, you go back and hang out, and then we run the fast guys, and they get one pass, and they go back and hang out, and you come back and get one pass, and, you know, we just keep going like that through the night. Okay? Okay. So everything's clean. We're going to come back to you. Streetcar drag racing, that's AJ Anderson in the right lane. Left lane, that's Anthony Watson. 1351, 1408. Attention in the pits, those 9.0 and class cars, those 9.0 index and all the class cars come on down to the lanes. 9.0 and all those class cars come on down to the lanes. Derek Keeler in the right lane. Left lane, that's Joey Marshall. 1110 on the left, 1210 on the right. Once again, 9.0 index and all those class cars come on down to the lanes, any lane. Jared Aspergren, your leader in the 11.0 in the left lane, one of our sponsors as well. Aspergren Repair and Towing. Right lane, that's Ryan Weger. Weger in the 10.0. 998's too fast. 1114's too slow. Zach Dykage back in the left lane. Again, 9.0. And all you class cars, come on down to the lanes, any lane. The Buick, that's Chris Ghosh. Buick Power, your leader in the 13.0. Zach Dykage in the 11.0. 11.08, beautiful pass. 13.02, great pass. Like that. Felicia Smith in the CTSV's back. Smith's in that 9-0 class, and she's actually supposed to be down with the 8th mile guys, running with the 9-0 and the class cars. But we'll give her that pass real quick, and it goes 6:14 in the 8th. That's what she'll get to turn in. 13:30 in the left. Travis Cannon in the left lane in the burnout box with the Camaro. That's Shane Wilson. Again, 9-0 cars and class cars, you should make your way down to the staging lane, to any lane. We're going to run the last of our slower index classes and do some track prep, and then bring you those faster cars. Canny goes 14:33, 13:74 in the right. So 15:03 in the left, 13:07 in the right. And again, we'll be down just a couple of minutes. We're going to do some track prep, and then we'll bring in all those faster cars, the 9-0 index cars, and all of our class cars. But down just a moment for track prep. Again, when we stop, I read sponsors because we can't do this without sponsors. So 1320 Video, Motion Raceworks, Bang Shift, and all y'all watching on the live stream. Portable Car Hoist, FM Fab and Speed Shop, 4Ride Performance and Tuning, First Class Auto, Ray and Karen Drag Racing with Friends, Gocher Street Legends, Dates Works, Aspergen Repair and Towing, Fat Fish Racing, who you just saw in that AMC Marlin, Crower, Wishman Performance, Force Performance, War Performance, Taylor Automotive, Leading Edge Technology Partner.
Hey guys, it's 2021. Have you ever been working on a car or at work and you need to get a hold of somebody to ask a question, but you just don't have time to wait on hold? We have a new service. It's a text service. It makes things really easy. If you have a question, you can just text us during normal business hours. Customer service reps will be on the other end of the line. Watch how easy this is.
Coverage from bankship.com and Rocky Mountain Race Week 2021. We're our crew's on site all day, all week, bringing you all 7 days of live coverage on our YouTube channel. So check out the highlights there. And after that, check out our website because we have tons of new items for 2021 in our merch store, including our brand new Bald Eagles and Burnout shirt pre-order we got going on right now. We're here all 7 days of Race Week, bringing you highlights from the road, from the racetrack, all the action.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are on a little bit of a break as they are doing some track prep here at Mid-America Dragway. Welcome to Bankshift.com's exclusive live streaming video of Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0 here at lovely Mid-America. It is day number 4 for 2021. Trying to find out where the hole in my my shade is here. I got this. Oh yeah. There we go. Hell yeah. All right. So some of you were asking about the motorcycle rider that hurt himself earlier. Yeah, so that was a crazy deal apparently. I've heard a couple of conflicting reports, so I'm not really sure who it is that pulled out in front of his wife, but somebody pulled out in front of his wife and made her stop up short. She's also in the event. She's racing, and she's in a car, and he ran into the back of her because she had to stop so quickly. He broke his leg. He's in the hospital, but he's going to be okay, obviously, but did break his leg. So, yes, I'm shady. Mr. Puddin' Jones, Optimus shot a battery and it still worked. Yeah, you clearly don't know anything about batteries. Their batteries are made of a roll of mat. That's why all of the what look like beer can shapes. That's why they're like a 6-pack. They have rolled mat, and it's gel, so there isn't like, it's not like an old-fashioned cell. It doesn't matter if there's a hole in it. So the bullet is like, ooh, you can shoot it, but it's really not a big deal. Of course, it'll still work. It doesn't matter. So anyway, do some research. You'll figure it out. Blah, 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 blah. For those of you that are talking about, oh, very cool. Okay. So anyway, sorry, being interrupted, trying to do this. We're live. We're here at Mid-America. For those of you talking about fossil fuels and electric cars and all that stuff, you're missing all the point of the entire thing of what Chet was trying to do, of electric cars and fossil fuels and all those things. There's a much bigger deal here than you guys are even talking about, and there's room for both. There's just not a problem. So I don't know why you'd be angry about it. Just let it go. Doesn't really matter. If you text them and ask them what you should have for dinner, they will respond to you. If you ask them if they have corn dogs, they do not. Finnegan already asked. So yeah, no, Leroy has not run, and neither did Lilroy. It's Leroy, and is the car. Cletus is the driver, and no. Yes, a lot of work goes in here. I have no idea what's going on with Uncle Chet. None. Yes, disgruntled hobo, sign the RPM Act. That is a start. Brazil in the house. Bulldog, there is a document at the very top of the chat right here that is pinned and has all the results, so you can answer your own question on who's doing what and how. Mike Weller, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. To you, big dog. Again, Julio, any results or standings on what is going on up until we left the racetrack last night is at the document at the top of the chat. They are not here. If you wonder who they are, it's the people everybody's asking about. I'm good, Jeff Bamford. Thank you. Knock yourself out, Ryan Dunn. I got no issue. Please hit the like button. We do appreciate that. Lieutenant Kill Colonel Kilgore says, can we get a shout out on how awesome chili pie is? Well, Frito pie, yes, is awesome. And I ate one, and it's now empty. Ta-da. If you don't know what Frito pie is, Frito chips, chili, cheese, whatever your favorite condiments are.
Here at Mid-America Dragway. Give us a good and safe track. And
Oh, Andrew Kurkowski, I appreciate the beer.
national event kind of track, so they work with what they got. And
Chandler H2, this is a cool little track. It's tracks like these scattered throughout the USA. They keep drag racing alive. That's his comment in the chat. And you are right, Chandler. We need to support our little drag strips as well as our big drag strips, and that's why we go to both on all of the Rocky Mountain Race Week events. On Rocky Mountain Race Week 1.0, we go to Bandimere, one of the biggest, fanciest racetracks in the country. We go to Pueblo, a little track. Kearney, a little track. Great Bend, Kansas, insanely big track, but little bitty town. So, yeah.
we add their back half.
My beard thing is a little crooked. Well, you know, the wind is blowing. So, you know, was blowing. Whatever.
And again, if you're just joining on the live feed, you just got
SCFG2 8th mile is whack. Only do you think so? The rest of the world, half of the rest of the world or more races 8th mile. It is what it is.
Texas Motorplex.
I use Black Magic gear. Well, some Black Magic gear, J-Mac. I use all kinds of stuff.
That's it. That allows us to do that, and then we can cover these tracks in these littler areas. And again, we're all staying here in the hotels close to you. We're eating at restaurants close to you. We're supporting your community. We're supporting your neighbors, and we're spending money while we're out here. And that's part of the deal of why we do this. We don't want to go down highways and support big companies. We want to hang out in little towns and support y'all. So again, just down a couple of minutes. We'll be back.
Sorry, I'm trying to see what you guys are responding to. Oh, I agree with you on a lot of fronts there, Peanut Butter. And A4000 isn't allowed to comment on anything that doesn't have to do with the bottom of a rock, because he already said he lives under a rock. Thank you, Kyle Gustafson. James Brubeck, have I ever had fried Oreos? Yes, I live in Texas. They fry everything here. I have no idea what the track temp is today, 50th state, but it's only 79 degrees outside, so not hot. Oh, dude, Taco Tote, I have had them, Peter. San Antonio is one of the finest cities in Texas. Actually, it's probably the finest city in Texas. If it wasn't so humid, I'd live there. Thank you, Adjustable Hammer Racing. Michael Caraway, there should be a southeast version of RMRW. Well, 2.0, who knows where it'll be next year. Mr. Pikachu, when can we expect to see you behind the wheel again? It'll be, well, actually, I'll probably be driving a couple things later this year, but generically speaking, in my own stuff, it'll be next year. We'll be on 1.0. I'm in the middle of trying to build a shop that has taken literally 9 months longer than it should already, at least. And so we're trying to build the shop, and then I still have a house to build. And so it's just been crazy. So all my stuff's in storage. So I literally have the dually and, you know, my daily, and that's it. I don't have anywhere to work on stuff right now. So we will be working on stuff, finishing up some projects, etc. next year. So you'll see me running a lot more next year for sure. Spikey-O, what is the meaning of life, dude? Eat, drink, and be merry. And shut up if you got nothing nice to say. Chad Skyfire, how many more races are left? If you're talking about days here at Rocky Mountain Race Week, tomorrow is our last day. We will be racing here until 11 o'clock tonight. Then tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Noble, Oklahoma's Thunder Valley Raceway Park. Carne asada, great spelling, by the way. Will the RPM Act make these cars legal? No, it won't. As a matter of fact. Let's see, sorry. No, it won't, Carne Asada, and that's a bigger discussion. Okay, Kevin Ward, is Doug going to do a pass in Cletus's Blazer? I have heard absolutely nothing about Cletus's Blazer. Haven't seen it here, know nothing. So I would have zero clue on that, and I doubt it. I don't think Doug has any care to drive that thing. I mean, this is not fast or anything, so who cares? Thank you. I do have the patience of a saint. I have to deal with all of you. Some of you I love. Big Worm 14, what up? Texas guy. Shaking my head at you, but laughing at the same time. Brian Massey. You're all right for turning the camera around and talking instead of... Well, I'm actually on a camera that's just for me. But yes, we run commercials, but I'm not going to run back-to-back commercials nonstop. I've played my guys' commercials. We take care of them. Optima Batteries and Holly write me a check every month to be on all of our live broadcasts. We love them for it. If you don't like those commercials, then honestly, we don't want you watching, because I can't do it if they don't write a check without making you write a check, and I don't believe in that. So, also, Motion Raceworks 1320 Video, they are the presenting sponsors and naming rights sponsors on this event, so they deserve some love. I happen to be good friends with the boys at Motion. I don't wear this hat because they pay me to do so. I wear this hat because I'm a Motion guy, all right? That's why we're here. That's why we support it. I don't know that Mountain Dew needs a new engine. It was running when it went IB, but it sounded like it was running on less than 8 cylinders. No, Ruby, no, Cletus.
Also, big shout out to Nico Christopher.
Brendan, all right. We did not do anything to the microphones. That's one thing you guys don't seem to be listening to that are watching. I have one microphone that gets all of the car noises, and that microphone is a $1,500 microphone that is always perfect. The other audio from the announcer comes from a completely different place, and that place is the racetrack. So whatever the audio is they have, I get it. Pipe it into my system. That's it. I don't have anything to do with their audio. I, on occasion, help them try and fix it, but it is not our audio on that side. So thanks, I'm glad it's better, but that's all on Mid-America Dragway.
Sweet. That's Pontiac. So, sorry to all you Pontiac folks that took that person.
Pray for Kansas International Dragway.
Actually, super duper sorry.
Well, quite frankly,
Kelvin,
you know,
for messing that up.
there have been several racetracks in Kansas that have failed, and every time people scream and yell and are so angry. But if all those people that were screaming and yelling were supporting the racetrack, then I can't see how it would go away.
Again, just a few more minutes. Bring you those 9
Tyrone Robinson, how long did it take me to plan the route of race week? A few days, then a few days, because I did it at night after working. Remember, I worked 2 jobs. So I did it at night after that, planning over several days. Then it took a little over 2 days to run the whole route, which then proved that there was stuff we had to change. And then about 4 to 6 hours to actually go through and confirm all of it while writing up the instructions.
That's pretty small and big block, no power adders alike.
I don't know how many are left. GGD, look at the sheet above. That has exactly who is in as of last night. I don't know. I believe a semi-truck could participate in race week.
Turn off turbo boost and you can take the belt off the supercharger down the road if you need.
Big Block Bob, I have not spoken to Bailey about that event. Of course I would, but no, I have not spoken to him.
Stick shift.
Thank you, Basher89. We appreciate the kind words. Come to Paris Drag Strip and Big video October 9th.
Motorcycles, and again,
Well, Robert Lane, you'd have to give me more info than that. Do not give it to me here because I am not going to pay attention. Send me a message on Facebook or email me, chad@bangshift.com.
double compound fracture in his leg. It's been
No,
for a while.
Justin, not that I'm aware of.
He was just getting ready to go into surgery, but he got into an accident. in
No,
the
you're not
yard
getting a
today.
hoo yeah from me.
He had that GSXR and was the leader in that motorcycle class.
Adam Aylesworth, do I have a car or truck in the event?
Cheers out
No,
to him.
I didn't do it this year because I'm bringing
Sounds
this
like
to
it's gonna be
you.
all right,
So
though.
to anybody that complains, remember I could be racing my own junk instead of doing
Again,
this for
Logan
you guys.
Street, the category with the 850 cage rule, 275 radials. That means a 275 millimeter wide tire. The kind of obligatory 275 Pro tire or 275 drag radial. Outlaw Street, that same
Matt
275
Ball.
tire, but with a
Do I remember
750
NHRA Unleashed? Of course I do. I was the announcer for all of that to start, as you well know, and it was some of the best drag racing in the country, and NHRA killed it
So
because they
235 millimeters.
weren't smart enough to know a good thing when they saw it.
850 slip.
I don't believe there are any Civics running.
Ultimate radial. that's the
Closer
350
Encounters,
radial.
1320 isn't here because there were too many things happening at the same
Close
time,
Street, that's
and
the
they're
back
just
category.
absolutely wore out.
Stock front stuff.
We'll go back to
Unlimited
racing
back
when
stuff.
they start racing. They're doing
Then the
track
unlimited
prep.
category, that's sort of what you brought. What you brought enough.
Adam Mallet, I'd suggest you go away, and when you hear cars going, then you can watch again.
Same
Or we can
stipulation
take
as
care of it
stick
and just turn you off.
shift. Weight 3,000 pounds.
I doubt it, Icer. He likes to turn corners.
The classes are set up on
Maybe
purpose
DJM, I don't know.
with very little rules, so it leaves a lot to interpretation.
Is Cletus's Blazer going to do a pass in Doug? Highly unlikely.
And like 4 rules per class. A few of these other drag and drive events like the drag week.
Little one, you can't grow my goatee, but you could grow your own, and it's real easy.
For good reason.
The way to grow hair is to stop
Those
cutting
guys
it
kind
off.
of starting from nothing and trying, figure
Will
this out
Alex
as they
run
go
her
along.
fastest pass tonight?
That was
No, she
kind
will
of
not,
flagship.
because they're only going to run 8th mile with the fast cars, so she
Figure
can't.
out that if you can, push the rules.
Thank you, Edward Miller.
People will do it.
Haven't seen you in a long time, brother.
We just set it up.
And it's really good to see you on Facebook sometimes because most people don't have much sense, dude. So thank you.
In our unlimited class is 3,000 pounds. The idea there is
Mr. Soul T, love the UK, brother.
We just make you hang a bunch of weight on.
Thank you, Big Dog 402. We have lots of great events here all year long. Thank you for joining us. Please subscribe. Hit the like button, all that.
Sprayer is hooking from side by side.
Brad Dahl, you don't plan out race week if you're a driver. They pick the places and checkpoints for drivers. Yes, he's referring to the fact that I was the guy that picked the places and checkpoints this year and did the whole route. I planned the route and provided it to Matt and June. Mr. Pikachu, you did not see my station wagon for sale on Facebook a while back because I have not sold one of my station wagons ever. We will do super chat later, but we can't right now. Drag by Demon, of course, or I wouldn't do this. Oh, Brian Massey, I get what you're saying now. Thank you. Daisy Jackson said Ruby and Cletus came through his town earlier. I believe that was Ponca that he said he was in, which is not far. Gordon Shumway, Chad, what is Alex Taylor like in person? I've known Alex Taylor since she was like 15 or something like that. I don't know. And she's awesome. Her family are great people. They are super nice. Like I said, I'm close to them. I'll tell you that I am personal friends with them. I will tell you that anybody that thinks stuff is just handed to her could not be more wrong. She works very, very hard for what she has. Her dad did not pay for that 55. He didn't give her everything for that 55. The only thing that she didn't buy for the 55 or attain sponsorship for, which there is some of that, was the engine and transmission. They took it out of his Nova because it was a known quantity. They didn't want to be working on tuning an engine combo for the first time and having a brand new car. Very smart. Put a proven combo in it and then work and see what the difference is compared to how you tune that combo with a radial versus how you tune it with a big tire. And that's exactly why they did that. And another engine and transmission will be going into it later down the road. I don't know what you're talking about, JD Customs, but okay, sorry.
The deal on this event is always when the sun goes down.
Yes, Duncan Bates. If all the Freedom Factory guys were in Ponca an hour ago, they should be here any minute.
Passes until the sun goes down, honestly. So I can get the best pass they can.
Steve, if you're talking to me, I know I replace them all the time. Can't do that, RJ Jones. Have no way to do a leaderboard scroll. In order to do that, I'd have to be tied into the track's computer system. And in order for that to work, it means we'd have to put all of the results from every day into the track's computer system to keep track. If instead we did a leaderboard just based on what the results were until now, I would have to spend time entering all of that data into a leaderboard, and I have to do the same drive all of these people do to get here every day to do the live stream. There's just not enough time. I'm sorry. Not without us having a staff of 2 or 3 more people, which is not possible.
So again, if you have a dark blue Ford 4-door 4x4, Kansas tag 121 CQF, and that sounds like your truck, run over there and get an eye on it real quick. If there's a
Indian Jim, no, I don't have any JD in this.
he probably just needs you to move it real quick.
Carne Asada, what do I think about Houston Raceway Park closing? I don't want to see that. I got my Pro Stock license there in 01. But it isn't surprising either. Nikki, as far as I know, only the one gentleman that crashed his motorcycle is the only on-road incident I'm aware of. SS, Chad, are you from Rancho? If you're talking about Rancho Cucamonga, no and yes. I used to live in Rancho Cucamonga from 07 until 2015, 16, and then 17 moved to Upland. But yes, that area. But no, I'm originally from Northern California, lived in Texas then, lived in SoCal, now I'm back in Texas.
So again, we're here. We're happy you're here.
Adams Aylesworth, once you start racing, will you keep doing the live feeds? Well, I've been racing for decades. And I've never, well, I shouldn't say that. Yes, I stopped racing so I could do this for you guys sometimes. But no, I will not be not racing just to bring you this. We'll have other people that are helping with it.
Come on out here.
Saturn Tuning, as far as we know, Leroy is still running. We know nothing else. Have no details. Haven't spoken to them. Can't help you any further than that. RTC.
Well, there's beer around there. Again, I'm seeing some people running around with Rocky Mountain Race Week shirts on already.
I have no idea Ford Fellow 67, but I doubt it.
You're going to be the talk of the town and say, wait, you were at that drag race on Wednesday night? That's awesome. I thought you called in.
Yes, Matthew Ball, I do have a Chevette now.
I was sick, and my buddy picked this up. Also see some folks out there with some Motion Raceworks swag. Thank you so much for supporting them as well. There are some, one of our supporting sponsors.
My favorite car competing, Kobe Stadel. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
And actually, Doug Cook, I heard, is actually down in that merch booth.
I like Alex's 55, but the white Nova, 72 Nova with the steelies and hubcaps is rad. I don't know, I like a lot of them.
The fourth. So like 3/4 of Motion's here.
Thanks, Wendy Martin.
There ain't no punch getting made right now. Everyone's out racing. They pride themselves on being
not that I'm aware of terms.
Race Week prides itself on being 5 racers, 4 racers. Matt himself has
no idea, Jarrett Drucker.
Run easily in the 6s with the
RP Motorsports, you can win as much as $20-something thousand for winning race week.
Race my car normally in the
Depends
stick
on what
shift category on
class,
this
if
deal.
you're the fastest car, etc., etc.
And it's again by racers for racers.
Jammin' 1600, if you're asking what our favorite racetrack is I've ever been to or this week, my favorite track this week is Tulsa, actually. I really like Tulsa.
So,
JMR, what type of drag racing I do? Yes, yes,
we appreciate it.
yes.
Super awesome.
I've run all kinds of stuff, dude. So I have cars that run on this kind of event. We'll do no prep stuff. A lot. I have several things in the works. So yeah, anything.
McMurtry, I've been saying it wrong. Just pulled in. McMurtry's been in the 750s.
Just incredible. Would I do an
752,
announcement for a Freedom Factory race, or would I announce a Freedom Factory race? I would announce a Freedom Factory
on
race.
property.
Again, Patrick Swale has no clue. Thank you, Tyrone Robinson.
So I just saw him pull in, and wait till you see this thing. It's a Ford Durango. Ford doesn't make a Durango, right? They used to. They made like 300 of them. It's a Fox
Justin
body,
S., I'm drinking iced
but
tea.
it's like an El Camino or a Ranchero, if you
Thank
will.
you, Spikey O.
They only made like
Cody
300
Stanton,
of them.
dream car. Oh, that's
He's
tough.
got
I
one
have
going
great cars, dude.
750s.
None of them are worth
He's
a bunch of
actually
money, but I own a 69
tech
Camaro
limited to
convertible that
750
has been a drag car its whole life, and I worship it.
So I just saw him pull into property.
Rusty, my 56 Chevy station wagon, is going to become
Again,
really
still waiting to
awesome
see
this next year. So I
a
love
bunch of
it.
the other cars.
I can't give you that one really, honestly.
Finnegan, I haven't seen yet, but they are filming a roadkill episode.
Thank you, Liggett.
He is back there, so Finnegan is here on property with that rubber duck.
Yes,
That
Slow
first
saying
car,
RMRW2 is here to stay.
I'm not sure if Cletus is here yet.
Yes,
He had a clutch in that car last night.
Daryl,
And
I
then
have
you
no
had to take it back
idea
out
how
and
that.
start
If
it.
your parents spelled your name Daryl,
So,
Daeroal,
I've not seen him personally yet.
you should smack your mama.
I haven't seen the movie.
But yes,
They're
there's good
together.
food at the track. Yes, I've been to Firebird
Sure.
in Boise.
Also haven't seen
Oh,
Alex
what's my
Green.
favorite car I've ever
Still
driven on a
Tulsa.
track? I've been
Couple
lucky enough
hours
to
ago.
drive a couple of pro stock cars
We have about a
and
4 hour drive, so
and two pro stock trucks, or
So I
101,
guess
sorry,
Ruby's
pro stock
here.
truck. And
Which means that Cletus is probably here.
I love pro stock
Somewhere.
cars. I like stuff that's fast, but I like stuff that's slow too. So yeah, my Camaro though is my very favorite car ever that I've ever owned and driven. So for that. Dustin Putz, yes, of course. I'm the voice of all Holly events. So I was at LS Fest and Moparty, and I'll be at Ford Fest in a week and a
If
half.
you're up front near the front of the stadium lanes, go ahead and get in your cars. We are going to send cars very shortly.
Jay Couch, a 4-speed gasser would be cool. I grew up as a stick shift racer, so that'd be fun. Jackie Sullivan, thank you very much for it. I appreciate it. Patrick Jones, what do I think of the red stick shift Corvette? If you're talking about the C6 car, I think it is. I think they need to learn what fuel cut is, because that is a popping and bangingest thing ever, and it's horrible to listen to. But it's badass to watch run. Like, God, it's loud. It sucks. Yes, Doug Barry, this is 2.0. We have 2 Rocky Mountain Race Week events. This is the second one of the year. Mike Bell, how quick have I been? 696. How in the quarter? How fast? 202.4 mile an hour. I've been 238 miles an hour on the Salt at Bonneville.
So I was just told that.
No, Lee Neal, I can't.
Cletus's brother.
Absolutely, Dean. I love Tulsa. We broadcast there a lot. I agree, Josh. I have not raced a Ligma or a Lima or whatever that is. 11 o'clock. Finnegan ran the rubber ducky and he ran 930 or 920 last night. Cole drives a newer Chevy pickup and he's building a love truck. It's not a drag race thing. He doesn't drag race. Thank you very much, Dave. Now it's time for racing.
Aspirated small block. .644 in the left, 740 in the right. Audrey Beeler's back. The car that she calls Babe. And there's the trucker. Jesse Matafari. This thing a John Deere front end. It's got a big block Chevrolet. Strapped all on an S10 chassis. So Beeler, Matafari. Beeler's car is smoking a little bit there. Hopefully that's nothing big. Matafari goes 8 flat, 741 for Beeler. Danny Odom in the left lane. Odom in the Challenger in the left lane. The right lane, that's Sharon Klausner. Klausner, that Valkyrie CTSV. That bright purple wrap on the thing. Odom and Outlaw Street. .1120 in the left lane at the quarter, but 669 in the eighth, 652 in the eighth in the right lane. Chet's back. That's Uncle Chet, the Tesla Plaid. You can see his YouTube page, Chillin' with Chet. Also one of our sponsors. That's Craig Satter. Satter in the left lane in the 9 index category. .627 in the right lane. Left lane, 588. Brendan Turley in the left lane, Limited Street. That's that 850 index. And again, running 8th mile now, so they'll need to add up their back half time from Tulsa last night. We'll add it to their front half tonight. And that'll give you your quarter mile. Corvette in the right lane, I think, is the only one I don't have any info on anymore. I'll get all that. It's the only one I got left. The C6. In the right lane, 6:15 in the left. Again, keep in mind, reaction times don't matter on this deal at all. We're just going straight for ET, so you'll see a lot of these guys really line up shallow because they want a good time and get a good run at the track. but you'll see a couple of them kind of sitting there spooling their turbos and whatnot. You'll be like, what's going on? Why is he chasing them down? Just going for that time. That'll show up on the scoreboard. Again, these guys all run an 1/8 mile, so I'll read you 1/8 miles. You'll see corners on the scoreboards. Brad Long, your leader in the 9-0, goes 587. The right lane goes 837. Blaine Reed in the left lane, National Expert in small block, going with it. The 3rd Gen F body, that belongs to Dylan Carroll. Carroll in the 9-0 category. $6.95 in the left lane, $5.99 in the right. Duramax Chevelle. It looks like it's maybe just super duper fat, but no, it's got a Duramax in the 9-0 class. That's Rick Fleetus. The left lane, that's Trevor Burkherger. Burkherger in the National Expert small block class. Fleetus in the 9-0 index. Fleetus goes 572. Left lane 656. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make a quick change. 10-0 index cars. 10-0 index cars, come on down right now. 10-0, come on down the lanes right now. We're going to let you run with the good prep as well. We'll run the 11, 12, 13, 14 guys alone. We'll run 9, 10, and all the index, or all the class cars. So again, 10-0 cars. Come on down right now. Blaine Thiessen in the right lane. Left lane is Wanaka. Wanaka goes 661. Thiessen goes 557. Robert Berry in the right lane. That's that Bernie truck. Again, 10-0 cars, 10-0 index cars. Come on down. We'll get you a pass with this good prep. We'll run the 11, 12, 13, 14 later. So 10-0 cars, come on down right now. So again, Robert Berry, the Bernie diesel truck. And that's Bob Coating. Coating in the left lane. The Camaro. Small block, so 434 inches or less, goes 600 or 655 in the 8th, 647 in the right, 647 miles an hour. Wow. Here's Keith Fenstad. Keith, your second place car in that Rowdy Radial. And that's Matt Coating in the left lane. Matt in the Nova. Matt in the National Expedition Big Block class. At the 8th, 555 in the right lane, 751 in the left. Here's our first look at Adam Crago in the left lane. Adam in the Pro Street class. In the right lane, that's Randall Reed. Crago in the Pro Street class. Randall Reed in the Limited Street. Your leader in that category, by the way. His average right now, 853. .555 in the right, 561 in the left. Danny Allen's back, the Nova Wagon. And here's your second place car in Limited Street. That's Trevor Brandon, the GTR, sponsored by Joe-Tech. They're also sponsoring one of our classes this year as well. Big shout out to Joe-Tech, appreciate them. Looks like Trevor possibly having some issues with the GTR, so they're going to back him up. And we're going to run Danny Allen as a single. Oh, on the bumper for Allen. Hey, the prep's good, ladies and gentlemen. Goes 579. So we'll get Trevor Brandon backed up, and hopefully he can get that Joe-Tech GTR sorted out, and we'll have him back. Again, second place in that Limited Street category. Chasing Randall Reed, 854 versus 853. Our lone motorcycle left, that's James Rebels. Again, unfortunately, Shane Werner was involved in an accident earlier today and is in surgery right now. So our last lone remaining motorcycle is James Rebels. Again, the rules for this class, you have to race on two wheels and that's it. You can tow a trailer or have a sidecar with you on the road, but you have to race on two, so no trikes. That's it. If you're crazy enough to ride these things 1,000 miles with everything you need to live for a week, then you're in. Again, 10-0 index cars, come on down right now. We'll get you put in with this class. That way you get to take advantage of this really good prep as well. And we'll run the 11, 12, 13, 14 as their own. Here's that Taco Time Fairmont. That's Greg Stafford. Stafford actually in the 11-0 index class, but that's okay. We'll let him run, making his first pass. Mike Pryka making his way to the burnout box in the Nova. And folks out there crossing the street out there, just make sure you're not crossing right in front of a race car. Give them a pretty wide berth if you wouldn't mind. What we don't want is to like run someone over. The idea is here to like bring everyone home that came out. And that includes like all of our drivers and all the spectators and all the track workers, so just keep an extra eye out. If you see a race car over there, maybe just wait a second before you go over to the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent to check out the shirts. So Stafford and Pryka in the naturally aspirated small block category. .97 in the left lane, 672 in the right, and actually 1065 in the quarter in the left, and he'll turn that one in. That 11-0 car running the quarter mile. Brady Bluma in the left lane, your leader in the hot rod class. 1088 his average coming into today. And that's Steve Brack. Steve Brack in the Rowdy Radial, that small tire, 8th mile category. Currently 4th with a 574. Got real sporty last night, went 556 after turning in a 602 and a 565. See if you can better on that 556 now. S10's on a pass, goes 571. 681 on the left lane. That's Daniel Green in the left lane, the Pro Street. I apologize, in the right lane. I was like, wait a second, that's Cody Hoffman in the left lane. Hoffman, your leader in Ultimate Radial, has a 790 average. Green shakes the bedsides off the thing. 498 in the left lane, 735 in the right. Big old puff of smoke coming out of Hoffman's car in the left lane, well, truck. That's that LSSS truck, sponsored by ICT Billet. So again, just checking it out real quick after that puff of smoke in that left lane and make sure we're all set. John Lorg in the burnout box in the right lane, that Fox. See 2 turbos sticking out of the hood. You see the R again, that's the rookie. Oh, I was just told the quarter mile line is like walking on glass out there, so unfortunately, Hoffman maybe had some issues with that LSSS truck and spit something out. So we're going to be down a couple of minutes to clean up that top end of the left lane. Hopefully that LSSS truck is not hurt too bad, but did go 498 at 143 at the 8th. And unfortunately, a big puff of smoke, so had something go away. And again, hopefully it's not anything real bad, but do a little bit of cleanup on the top end and we'll be back. That LSSS truck is still under power. He's driving behind the state, or the, what are these things called? Grandstands right now. I don't see it smoking or doing anything weird. So hopefully that's nothing that big. It did sound good driving by on all 8 cylinders. Hey, look at that. Mike Finnegan. Hey, Mike. How are you? I'm over here. Nice to see you, sir. Happy that you got the old rubber duck here. I'm in the left side. I'm right there. Hi. How are you? Awesome. I'm glad to see you're here. That rubber duck car in the Pro Street category. If you watch Roadkill, that's Mike right there. Loves his fans. Also, he's got Faster with Finnegan. Go check out all his stuff, and it's awesome having him out here. We appreciate you, man. Super, super nice guy, down to earth. And again, has that rubber duck, that first gen Firebird in the Pro Street category. We'll see him running later. If you're watching the live feed all week, at Ennis, Texas, he blew the drive shaft straight out of that thing. And there was like U-joint parts just all over the place. He was able to get a drive shaft made, got it put in, drove the super long route to Tulsa last night. Made a couple of passes. The thing went 930. That's like that barn find car he found. But he's here. They are shooting that Roadkill episode here. So if you're a Roadkill fan, watch it later and you might see yourself on there.
Well, every once in a while, those guys might be right then. That's right, exactly. Yeah. No, I have it on. Remember, the camera has to speak. I don't care what it is. As long as you're not on this, I don't care.
So you do see all those yellow shirted dudes at the top end. They're getting the top end all cleaned up after Hoffman's truck exited some fluid out of the thing. And hopefully, again, it did drive by. It sounded like it was on 8 cylinders and everything, so hopefully it's not too badly hurt. He can come back. But again, down just a couple of minutes.
It should be good now.
1320 video, bang shift, Motion Raceworks. Getting help from all of our good friends at Portable Car Hoist, FM Fab Speed Shop, Four Ride Performance, First Class Auto, Hot Rod Jack, Ray and Karen, Drag Racing with Friends, Taylor Automotive, Disorganized Grime, Florida Injection, Texas Speed and Performance, War Performance, and again, another big shout out to them for helping me out with that Rookie of the Year and Young Gun money.
But now you, Mike, is running the camera, so if the
Force Performance, Central Speed and Supply, Dateworks, Aspergen Repair and Towing, Wishman Performance, Crower, Pro Copy, Joe Tech, Nitrous Outlet, Jake's Performance, Chillin' with Chet, and Fat Fish Racing.
You bastard. And there's a new burn here. Wait a second. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. A new bird.
Yeah, new bird. Depends on what I'm doing.
Huh?
Depends on what I'm doing and where I'm at.
Okay, so is there any booze in the Coke yet?
Not yet.
When are we making a run?
About an hour.
In an hour, the rubber ducky is making a run.
And again, big thanks to Bang Shift. Mike's out there on the scaffolding, and Chad's down there too.
Well, no, I'm in.
We appreciate those guys so much.
I'm done for the night.
Wait.
Looks like they're videoing Chad yakking, which is pretty normal for Bang Shift.
Can we do a
Mike's up there now.
interview with Newburn where we go, what is the real Mike Finnegan?
I don't have a job.
Come on. How about this? you ask the questions, people
But
want to know, and I'll answer.
hardest work. Oh, he's talking to Newburn
And then you can just go,
down there. That's David Newburn.
Yeah. I know. He said
Hi, David. Good job getting that rubber duck here. You should see the light bar they put on it because that thing has the headlights like
I sent
hot glued into it,
Mike over to the
and they're terrible.
to pick up
So they went and bought a light bar, and it does like disco lighting and all sorts of crazy stuff, and it just is bright. And did a really, really good job of blinding me last night.
pick any shirt. I don't care. So I guess Doug hands him a shirt. I said, did he pick the one that?
But Newburn is co-driving with with Finnegan
Dude, I am a billboard.
in that rubber duck car.
I know, right? Yeah, I know, right? Dude, the car ran good.
Yeah.
It left good.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pissed.
But down for just a couple more minutes, spectators, go check out that Rocky Mountain Race Week 10 if you haven't already. Actually, if you have already, go back over there, buy some more stuff. Get a couple more shirts. Some of your friends want these. Probably. And again, I have been told that Cletus is on property. James Tall with Ruby is on property. Parker Mitchell is on property. Have not heard about Alex Taylor yet. I did see Justin McMurtry pull in with that Ford Durango. Nick Taylor is here, obviously, and we had that Mountain Dew car run earlier, and unfortunately he put some fluids on the track. I just checked my phone out. I just got a message from Debbie Taylor, who's Alex Taylor's mom and Dennis Taylor's wife. They're about 40 miles out, so they are on their way here. I also got a spam message from my friend whose Facebook got hacked. All right. Is this you in the video? Nope. Yep, getting a bunch of messages. Cletus is here, Ruby is here, got it. Also got a message from Heidi Patrick, who said thank you so much. Thank you, Heidi. Hey, if you want more passes in that fat fish, wide open, come on down anytime. You can have passes. That AMC Marlin. Also, Cody Hoffman, I'm being told, the left side of that engine, check that thing out. It looks like there's about 400 feet, and it's almost all cleaned up, so don't freak out, but about 400 feet of fluid. So Cody, check out the motor in that truck. Make sure it's good. Odds are good it's not. But just a couple more minutes. A few more minutes. Out in the staging lanes right now, all those class cars. So again, the classes I was talking about, hot rod, gasser, naturally aspirated, small block, naturally aspirated, big block, stick shift. The motorcycle, we have the lone motorcycle left. Limited street, outlaw street, rowdy radial, ultimate radial, pro street, and unlimited. Also, 9.0 and 10.0 indexes should be in the lanes. Once we run all them, we'll run those slower indexes. We'll do another track prep, and we'll bring back these fast cars again. But we have playtime till 11 o'clock tonight. I'm showing 7:42. Hey, you see that tractor pulling in? You should move, because that's a tractor, and you're a human. And a tractor is made of metal, and you are not. There you go. Thank you. So another quick breakdown for those of you just showing up to the racetrack or just joining on the live feed. We're on day 4, Rocky Mountain Race Week 2021 2.0. We do 2 of these events. Our first event was in July. That event started and finished at Great Bend, Kansas. Great Bend, the home of the very first U.S. Nationals. And also a brand new facility out there. They took the thing down to dirt and repoured the whole thing, and we were the first event on that brand new track surface. That one comes up and around to Bandimere. We raced at Kearney, Nebraska, and in Pueblo, Colorado. Bandimere and Denver, Colorado. That's my home track. I live like 5 miles away. This 2.0 event started in Noble, Oklahoma. We went to Ennis, Texas, at Texas Motorplex. Then we cruised to Tulsa, Oklahoma last night. We're here at Mid-America Dragway tonight, obviously. And we will finish back at Noble, Oklahoma tomorrow. Every car you see making a pass, 750 street miles roughly at this point, including 173 this morning. This event, 5 days, 5 tracks. So we drive in the morning, we race at night. So every one of these got on the road this morning. We don't take like the highway. So like if you were just to drive right now out to Tulsa, it'd take you 2 hours, right? We take the 4-hour route. 2-lane roads for the most part. Highways and byways. We had a little bit of a dirt road even today. So all these cars went down a little dirt road. Not very long, maybe a mile. But that's kind of the way we prove these things are street cars. We drive around, we go to checkpoints, so you got to take a picture of your car in front of the checkpoint. That way we can prove that you raced or drove on the route.
Well, Mid-America Dragway, I want to let you guys know, I want you guys to give a big round of applause to Matt Frost and all the guys with Rocky Mountain Race Week for bringing this race to us here at Mid-America Dragway. Give it up for them, guys. All the drivers that have come out here, the crew, the roadies, everybody that's come out to put on this show. This is an amazing show, and hopefully, Adam, you guys want to come back next year, but guys, I want to let you guys know, coming up this weekend at Mid-America Dragway, going to be the 2021 Nostalgia Drags. If you want to have a fun show, this is the place to be. I've got 8 blown alcohol funny cars going to be doing a shootout off of the Funny Car Chaos Tour. I have a 1978 Trans Am Nitro Heritage funny car going to be out here running for the record. I've got a 1970s Top Fuel front engine dragster going to be out here. We've got Brandon Sandlin, the current 8th mile record holder at a 398 at 190 miles an hour. He wants to try and break that again and put it at a 380 on the track. He's also going to be showing you how he does an 8th mile burnout in that Junkyard Studebaker Pro Mod. Guys, we are going to have gassers. We are going to have front engine dragsters, altereds. We are going to have the SDRA, Senior Dragster Racing Association out of Tulsa up here. And on Saturday, the car show. I don't care what kind of car you got. If you want to enter it in the car show, it's $25 to enter. That gets you car, driver, and spectator for the entire day. And at the end of the day, at 3 o'clock when we go to do trophies, we're going to be doing a random drawing at that car show. And the 4 grand prizes: a brand new Lazy Boy recliner from Garfield Furniture out of Enid, Oklahoma. That chair will be on site. You can take it home with you. We have a chest deep freeze donated by Hometown Sales and Rental out of Ark City. We have a brand new tire machine from D&L Sales out of Salina. And someone will go home on Saturday with a check for $10,000. And that is a random drawing of just the car show entries. We also have 26 trophy categories for that car show. Guys, it is going to be one heck of a weekend. We also have a special guest that's going to be here. We have Drag Daddy, Mr. Ben Mitchell, who trained underneath Ed Roth, the guy who created Ratfink. He trained underneath him. He is going to be here. He will be releasing his 3rd coloring book here, and he also will draw your hot rod if you want him to, for a little fee. But it is really cool what he can put together. If you guys want to see some of his stuff, look him up on Facebook. It's Drag Daddy Studios. But going to be a heck of a weekend out here. And, for you race week guys, if you really want to come back out, you're not done racing yet, you guys want to come back up, we'd love to have you guys back up here. We're going to be doing a small tire shootout. I've heard rumors that there's possibly going to be a small tire shootout going to be Saturday night. Funny cars are going to run Friday and Saturday. Dragsters and gassers will run on Sunday with all of our other nostalgia categories. But burnout contest even going to be cool too. We got $500 to start that from Mr. Larry Barnes. Last year I worked the crowd at him and I ended up with $1,500 to give to whoever won the burnout contest. So, hopefully we'll gain a little more than $500 to give to him.
I got a question about that 10 grand.
Yeah, what's up?
So you're telling me if I drag a Ford Pinto here,
Yep.
that barely runs,
Yes.
pay you $25, put it in the show,
Yep.
I'm in the running for 10 grand.
Yes. And it's a random drawing. So
And
you
so
could be,
You could win with anything.
yeah, you could be the guy that walks away with 10 grand.
That's a good deal right there.
Yeah, it's better than any of the casinos will give you.
So, what are your odds? How many cars are you...
So last year's car show, we had 491 entries.
So 491 entries, $25. So
Yep.
you're 1 out of 500 to win 10 grand.
Yeah, you won't get that with the lottery, the casinos, nothing.
That's amazing.
So-
And on top of that, if you bring something cool, you can have a deep freezer.
Yep.
You can have a tire machine.
Yep. And those are all random drawing too.
So for $25 for the whole day,
Yep.
you're telling me you can win any of this stuff random draw.
Yes, any of those 4 prizes.
Here's my question: is why wouldn't you come?
Yeah, right?
I mean,
And then you get to hang out later that night when we start running the nostalgia funny cars and all those guys down the track, so you get to hang out for the show too.
so what's your normal entry fee? For the
So normal, like just regular spectators.
Just walking in spectators.
Spectator, so it's $10 for general admission, which is the grandstands over there on the east side, and then it's $15 for VIP, everybody sitting over here in the really nice bleacher seats.
So if you spend $15, if you pay another $10, you can drive your car in from outside, put it in the car show, and be in the running for all that stuff.
Yes. And it's you and an extra person
Well,
that get to stay for the whole
that's
day
so
for that.
silly.
Yeah.
You should enter your car.
Right.
If you're anywhere near here,
My-
bring your car out for the car show.
My
It's
dad,
$5.
my dad has a camper sitting over here because he wanted to come out for Rocky Mountain Race Week and then wanted to be here for the car show too. He has a toy hauler. He brought his motorcycle, and then my sister somehow won a Goldwing at Sturgis that has a mirror duct tape to it, but she brought it to enter in the car show and try and sell it to somebody.
Right.
So anybody looking for a Goldwing, there's one on the property for sale. It runs really good. It just looks rough. But she's throwing it in the car show. So
Can you tell me one other thing you can do for $25 for a day?
You know, honestly, I don't think you can do anything for $25 anymore, and for two people. I mean,
It's amazing.
yeah.
Thank you so. I mean, that's an amazing deal.
Remember, all of you guys need to turn in your photos by posting them on RMRWers. We will be giving away Summit Racing Equipment gift cards, RMRWers. On-road pictures, whether it's from Summit, whether it's at the Transformers, it's at a diner, it's you guys doing trailer burnouts in Mexico when you went there as a detour to the route. By the way, on the route today, you were on the route late as well. There were a few intersections that looked roughly like the starting line here at Mid-America. It was pretty good. In Mexico, I mean, I did the detour. It's not that far, so it was fine. On Interstate 51 in Mexico, aka State Highway Oklahoma 51, whatever, it was fine. So yeah, everybody, please remember, if you are a Rocky Mountain Race Week or Road Weeker, turn in your photos on RMRWers and you can win Summit Racing Equipment gift cards.
Also, Race Week folks, don't forget to vote for your favorite Road Week car or truck. We do have a bunch of Road Week, best Road Week car or truck awards to give out, so don't forget that. Also, if you see or hear of a rookie or a young gun or really anybody doing something super cool, let Matt or June or me or Chad or someone know that someone's doing something super duper cool, because we have a ton of awards to give out at the awards ceremony, and that's like endurance awards and, somebody that stopped to help you 7 times when your junk was, in the ditch, or you had to put a tire on your stuff 700 times or whatever. Let someone know about that stuff, because we want to let people know that everything is going really well with this event, and we want to really show some love to folks that are showing love to the Rocky Mountain Race Week community, family, the whole mess.
I don't know who the guy is, but the guy that runs the John Deere tractor. So Jesse Matafari, right? So he comes in the gate. My daughter is out at the front gate with my wife, who runs the front gate. She's 10 years old, and she is a huge John Deere fan. She had a conniption fit when he pulled in. So he had to go down and get his pit stall, but he drove that thing all the way back up to the front gate, which he's way down there. He drove that thing all the way back up to the front gate just so she could take a picture in the tractor and let her sit in it, and took a picture. And, that's one of the things that I think is huge with these events, or any racing event, is when these guys take the time for these little kids, because it gets these kids interested, it makes them want to do this, and that's where the future of the sport comes in.
You couldn't be more right, and quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this event, both of the Rocky Mountain Race Week events are family events. We have been doing this a long time. There are a lot of us, like Matt and June, who own and run this event, whose children have been coming to this event along the entire time with us. We've seen them all grow up, whether we like it or not. It's been absolutely killer. So to all of you guys out there that are spectators, you brought your kids out here this weekend or this week on a weeknight, a school night, as Adam is fond of saying, school night drag racing. Thank you so much for doing so. We appreciate it. Again, reminder, all Rocky Mountain Race Weekers and Road Weekers, put your photos up on RMRWers from this week, and we are going to hand out Summit Racing Equipment gift cards. They gave us several to give away, so we are going to give out those awards. As Adam said, we have rookie and young gun, favorite road weeker, etc. So make sure that you cast your vote for that. And we still have a lot left, folks. There is a lot more racing tonight and another drive tomorrow. It is not the hardest drive, but it is certainly not easy either. So in planning the route for tomorrow, there were a few instances where I ran into dirt roads and had to change the route. Apparently I didn't realize there was one of those though today, and you guys drove a mile on a gravel road. Yeah, which may have been better than some of the asphalt, that's true. And it's better than the 2-track that we had to do a few years ago. So, you know, it's fine. But all of you guys, thank you so much. Also, everybody, I wanted to send one other big thing. Meg Ramsey hit me up a little bit ago, and her and Krusty are watching. They are halfway through chemo. They're halfway through this deal, and they are killing it, and it is awesome. So everybody's support and prayers and thoughts and good juju are much appreciated. And we're thinking about you guys, so thank you for tuning in. Sounds like we're going back racing, so Adam is going to tell you who everybody is, because I know nothing. I have no idea. Orange car goes down racetrack, Chad points camera at it. That's where I'm at this week. I got nothing more to give.
Also, big thanks. Matt Frost just threw in $150 for the Young Gun rookie. And I got $40 from other race weekers just kind of as we go right now. As we speak, I've got $1,300. I'm cutting that in half. Half the people get the rookie, half the people get the Young Gun. You should see the Best of Show trophy that we just saw. This thing's like awesome. It's 4 real big nuts. It's like 45 spark plugs. And, about half of a small block Chevy camshaft. That's awesome. That is super cool. It looks like Angel. That is awesome, man. That is awesome. So come on down to that car show at Mid-America Dragway. But that said, here, hold on.
And everybody, Matt put in $150. I swear he counted it out in quarters and pennies. We might need to buy lunch.
Yes, he is. And again, that rookie and Young Gun deal, a deal I kind of do on my own on the side. I throw $250 in, and whatever I can beg, borrow, and steal along the way is what people get, and it's cash money. And I split that pot in half to the rookies. The first time doing one of these drag and drive events, any of them. If this is your first one, you're in the running. You just got to finish it. So we got to get through tonight, make the drive tomorrow, and break the beams tomorrow, and then you're in the running for that if it's your first one. And then a Young Gun, 21 or under, at the finish of this event, you can have competed in 10 of these. I don't really care. But if you're under 21, the reason with that is that this stuff dies if we don't keep stoking the flames for the young kids. And I'm sitting next to Blaine Stark, who's the crew chief for Tom Stark, who's like 10 years old and awesome. And this is the deal. How old are you? 13 years old. I'm sorry. Whatever. I'm cramping your style. We are old. But either way, this stuff dies, guys. You guys don't get it. We're one generation away from not being able to do this anymore. So I like to try to stoke that fire a little bit in folks and get the rookies really working and get the young guns really working and keep the kids involved in it. And that's why kids are free for entry for Rocky Mountain Race Week always. We want you to bring your kids out here and see what this is all about, so that one person could win 100%. There's a couple of rookie young guns 100%. So one person could win both, and then you'd win more than a person that won their class.
Right.
And
that would be awesome.
And again, all the purses here are paid cash money. I mean, the winner that wins $15,000 gets a big manila envelope full of cash.
Yeah, and it's awesome because it's kind of funny when they get it handed to them because, like, Tom Gilton the first time was like, that's cash. Like, when we said cash, Matt's like, we meant cash.
Like it's green cash money.
Yeah, exactly. It was awesome.
Yeah, totally. But anyway, we're back to running, so I'm going to do my thing here. But Chad, thanks so much for coming up. Appreciate Mid-America Dragway. You guys are awesome, man. And yeah, we're back. We're running cars. Let's make this happen. It's all good. We're back. I'll tell you what, folks, no run cars. If you have not had a run, come on down to the staging lanes right now. Any class, 0 run cars, come on down to the staging lanes. We'll get you that run. That means you, Tom Stark. I got your kid Blaine up here. He's sneaking away, your crew chief. But again, Blaine, awesome. Chad, awesome. Chad got a new Motion Raceworks hat. He got the red Big M hat. I'm gonna get the one that has the patch sewn on it. That's, oh, you already got. Stevie bought me one. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, Juan Garza in the left lane in the truck. Racers all the way. Also, we are dark enough now. We need tail lights. So please make sure you're running your tail lights so we can see you turn off the top end of the track, because that's important. We're back. Felicia Smith in the right lane. The CTSV wagon. Sorry, we're just up here yakking with Chad, and you know, if you've ever met Chad, he doesn't ever stop yakking. But there's nothing wrong with that, because Chad's awesome. But anyway, Felicia Smith in the right lane, Felicia in the 9-0. Again, if you have not made a pass, come on down to the lanes right now. We'll get you that pass. So again, we should have 0 run cars in the lanes, 10-0 cars in the lanes, 9-0 cars in the lanes, and all the rest of those class cars. Felicia goes 10-0-3, but 591 in the 8th. Here's Clint Sadowski in the left lane. Clint, former Major League Baseball pitcher. Clint, second place in the ultimate radial category, 791 his average. The right lane, that's Jim Parkinson. Jim from Tuned by JP, one of our sponsors for the 1.0 event. This is second and third place in that category. Sorry, folks, just talking with Robert Williams, who just got his Weapon X car all fixed back up. He was just asking a few questions on what's going on and how's it going. Again, zero-run cars come in the lanes right now, any class. So again, I should have zero-run cars, 10-0, 9-0, and all the class cars in here. Here's that stick-shift Corvette in the left lane. That's your current leader in that category. Actually ahead currently of Cletus. That's Chad Fegley. I do see Cletus pulling in right now. So Cletus will be our next pair, or in our next pair. So Fegley first place. Cletus is second, he's pulling in right now. If you're on the left side of the track, it's super cool. You can watch him work the clutch and stuff inside this car. That car they call Leroy the Savage. First, Fegley. Fegley at the 8th mile, 573. And he's on the binders and get this thing slowed down. But here he is, Cletus, Leroy the Savage at Mid-America Dragway. Do it for Dale. Cletus second place. 879 with an 8. His average. Chad Fegley, 879 with a 2. This, the C5 base vet cart. Twin turbo Texas speed for power. Takes it out real good in first gear and it gets a little sketchy and it looks like he maybe missed second gear. 141 to 60 foot's pretty normal for him, goes 835 in the 8th, if you're keeping track at home. But we'll see him back. He did have to put a brand new clutch in this car last night, and then had to take the trans back out of it. And then right behind him is Ruby. That's James Tall in Ruby. Ruby in the Outlaw Street class, second place, 795 is average. So Ruby, the C6 auction car, single turbo, automatic. He's run 764, 862, and 759. Again, we'll run an 8th mile here, so won't be exactly 1-to-1, but you'll get to see Ruby make a pass. Okay, folks, so if you have not made a pass yet, if you've not made a pass and you're back there, come on down to 1 and 2. I know you might be kind of jammed in there because I called you earlier, but come on down to 1 and 2 if you have not made a pass. And I know it's hard to hear me back in the pit, so if you can pass that on to folks that you see have pulled in a little bit late. If you've not made a pass, come on down to 1 and 2. But you just got to see Cletus make a pass. You got to see James Tall make a pass. I see Justin McMurtry back there in that Ford Durango. We'll see him make a pass. He's our 3rd fastest car on property, I believe. Maybe 2nd. Hey racers, 10 miles an hour in the pit areas, please. 10 mile an hour. But we'll be bringing you cars right now. Again, Justin McMurtry, I see back there. That Ford Durango, and I know you're saying, Ford doesn't make a Durango. Yeah, it did. 300 of them, watch. It's coming up. So we're going to touch up the track real quick because Justin McMurtry is coming up. McMurtry, that Ford Durango that has gone 750s all week. So we're going to touch up that starting line real quick. Make sure we can make it sticky for him. Once again, no run cars. Come on down lane 1s and 2, please. Lanes 1 and 2. Lane 1s and 2. Wow. Lanes 1 and 2. No run cars. Lanes 1 and 2. Everybody else out there should still be either a 9, a 10, or all those class cars to give you the best shot at this good prep. Oh, I see Eric Wilson back there. Eric in the International that they put the piston and rod in on the side of the road on the way here. He hurt a piston in Tulsa. Wasn't sure if the thing was definitely hurt or not, and it turns out it was for sure hurt. And right on the side of the road here, along the route, put a piston and rod in that International. You'll see him make a pass soon. And again, our lanes should be 1 and 2 0-run cars. 1 and 2 will be 0-run cars. Everybody else out there should be the 9-0 or all those class cars. The slower index cars, I'll call you soon. So here we go. Justin McMurtry, the Ford Durango. Gone 754, 752, and 759. He's safety limited to 750. It's got a 750 cage in this thing, and look at this weirdo Ford Durango. They made 300 of these, and this thing is wicked fast. So again, 0 run cars, lanes 1 and 2, please. 0 run cars, lanes 1 and 2. At this point, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Index cars, 11, 12, 13, 14 to the lanes, please. Index cars, 11, 12, 13, 14 to the lanes, please. All the lanes except 1 and 2, please. But first, McMurtry. Thing smashes the tires off of it at 300 feet and goes 519 at 147 miles an hour. He'll be back to try to improve that. But that thing has 750 miles on it right now. Again, index cars 11, 12, 13, 14 to the lanes. Leave 1 and 2 for 0 run cars. 1 and 2 is 0 run, any class. Jason Meinke in the right lane, the 11-0. Mike Mead in the left lane, stick shift. So I'll read the 8th mile in the left lane for the stick shift. The right lane will get a quarter mile. Mead misses second gear. .1261 on the right, 835 in the left and the 8th. Jeremy Eitel in the left lane, the Fox. The right lane, that's Todd Stadel. Todd in the 10-0 index. Eitel in the 12-0, one of our 0 run cars. .1063 in the right, 1235 in the left. There's Eric Wilson, that international in the left lane. That's that truck that he put a piston and rod in on the side of the road. Turbo LS. The right lane, that's Brittany Friesen. Don't forget, spectators, there's all that Rocky Mountain Race Week swag. They got shirts, they got all sorts of goodies at that Rocky Mountain Race Week tent. The Motion Raceworks trailer has all their stuff. And Wilson's away. I got a video of him putting an angle grinder to the head because the piston pieces mangled the head all up. 1304 on the right, 1380 in the left. So he's still in competition. Next pair in the water. That's Kevin Little in the left lane. Little in the 11-0 index. LeBron Frank in the right lane. Frank in the 12-0. Again, racers, it's taillight time. Make sure you have the taillights on. 1097 in the left, 1295 in the right. Brian Wilson in the left lane, Heather Traw in the right lane. Heather's very first quarter mile pass was on Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0. This now her, like, I don't know, eight or ninth pass. That's Brian Wilson in the left lane. Currently 8:30, we're going till 11. So you got 2.5 hours of drag racing in front of you still. $12.45 in the left. 13.77 in the right. Ryan Minyard in the Outlaw Street class in the right lane. Currently number 5, 9:07 his average. Left lane, that's Ronnie Steffen. Steffen in the 11.0 index. That pickup in the 11.0 class sort of popping and banging and doing his thing and making it down in a 12.07. So Minyard will back him up and get him back in the beams. Minyard puts it to the top of first gear and does a lot of popping and banging. Goes 769. Looks like maybe it just didn't shift to second, so we'll see him back. In the burnout box in the left lane, that's Nico Christofori. Nico the stick shift Malibu. Dino Cardella in the right lane. Dino in the Nova. Ooh, look what's pulling in the water. That's Brandon Kirk, or Brandon Tapp, sorry. Brandon Kirk Tapp, the C2. That thing's sweet. But first, again, folks, attention in the pits. Lanes 1 and 2, 0 run cars. All you slower index cars, 11, 12, 13, 14, should be coming in the lanes. $11.83 in the right, $15.93 in the left, but goes $8.45 in the 8th. Here's Brandon Tapp, the C2. 4th place in Limited Street. Turned in an 8:58 last night. Terry Dunlap in the right lane in the pickup. In the 13 index. laps away in the C2. At the 8th goes 591, goes 995 in the quarter, way off the gas, thankfully. Renzi Poe in the right lane. All right, the bug in the right lane. Cooler than you think, promise. That's Stephen Dalton. Check out the times during the week. 10:28, 10:75, 10:06. Rear engine, Volkswagen power, and the thing puts it on the bumper a lot. Watch. Doug Sandway in the left lane, Rowdy Radial. Volkswagen runs over its own tires about 450 times. Just shakes the whole back end of the thing, goes 1135. 679 in the 8th, so we'll see him come back. But yeah, he's been putting that thing on the bumper all week. He'll be back. That thing is crazy. It doesn't look like it should run that good. But they'll be back. Here's Kelvin Poe in the right lane. Kelvin, that Pontiac, 4,710 pounds of Pontiac, 505 cubic inches, also a Pontiac with a 91 millimeter. Also, it's in the 10-0 class. Watch it go. That big old land barge moves good. John Gilliard in the left lane, the 12-0. Look at that little big old land yacht. That's awesome. Goes 1096, 1220 in the left lane. The turbo T-type Buick. That's Dustin Berg. Berg in the 12-0 category. Miles Davidson in the right lane. Davidson the pickup. Looking back in the staging lanes, I see Mike Finnegan back there, so you'll get to see him make a pass in that rubber duck car. 12:49 in the left lane, 14:03 in the right lane. Great pass in that 14:0. The CTSV wagon in the left lane. Chris Atkinson. That's Martin Ranger in the right lane. Mustang Fastback. 14:37 for Ranger in the fastback Mustang on the right. Matt Coding in the right lane. Matt in the Nationally Aspirated Big Block category in the Nova. Aaron Roberts in the left lane. Roberts in the 11-0. .41 at the stripe, 11:59 in the right lane. Here's that Showboat Blazer. That's Keith Wells. Was a road weeker with us last year. Said, I'm coming racing with you next time. This thing, super duper clean. Square body Blazer, two-wheel drive. Anthony Thomas in the left lane, 14-0. Wells also in the 14-0. Look what's pulling in the water. That's Mike Finnegan. Oh, Wells in the Showboat Blazer looks like he's maybe having a problem with that thing. So we're going to have to get Wells off the track, and then we'll bring you Finnegan. The left lane, 1384. But we'll get Wells off the track with that Blazer, and then again in this burnout box right now, that's Finnegan. Newbern holding the door open for him and saying, I don't know what's going on. That's all right. Again, this car has the headlights duct taped in, and the barn find car in the Pro Street category. Blown big block. Kind of burning through our zero run cars, so you'll see stuff you haven't seen yet. I see Rich Guido back there with his stick shift GTO. I see Tom Stark back there with his stick shift 55 wagon. There's some cool stuff coming up. If your butt's not in a seat, get it close to a seat. So just a second to get Wells off with that Showboat Blazer again. But again, kind of burning through some one-run cars, so we'll see all sorts of different classes. But a bunch of cool stuff coming up. We haven't seen Bill Armstrong run yet with his Fairlane. Oh, is that Bill out there with the stacked headlights? No, that's the GTO. That's Geuda turning on his lights at me. Geuda Pontiac powered GTO stick shift car. Has run in the 8s. One of our Canadian competitors. Hitchhiked across the border or something. So Wells will need a tow off. Again, thanks for coming out to Mid-America Dragway, Geuda Springs, Kansas. Again, 0 run cars. You should be in lane 1 and 2. Oh, I do see Bill Armstrong back there with the Fairlane. All right. Bill and Rich and I normally just cruise around when I have my stick car. We were like the second coming of the Tremec Trio. The first set was Bob Geuda, Rich's brother, and Bill and Rich. And Bob didn't come to one of the race weeks, and I did, and I've got a T56 in my car, and those cars have T56s, so that's a 6-speed manual, 2 overdrives, which means we can drive like super fast. So we normally cruise around about 90-ish on the cruises and get to the track as fast as we can. And Bill Armstrong loves to drive that Fairlane super fast. But again, those no-run cars should be in 1 and 2. Well, we got some downtime. Big shout out to 1320 Video. Motion Raceworks, they do have their tent out there. And again, the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent's out there if you guys want some swag. Check it out. Oh, hey, look at the full moon out there. That's behind the staging lane, or the grandstands there on the left side of the track. Check that out. Looking good. Also, the rest of our sponsors: Portable Car Hoist, FM Fab and Speed Shop, More Race Chassis and Fabrication, Florida Injection, Texas Speed and Performance, Jake's Performance, Chillin' with Chet, Pro Copy, Joe Tech, Nitrous Outlet, Central Speed and Supply, War Performance, Disorganized Grime, Leading Edge Technology and Partners, Forride Performance, Hot Rod Jack, First Class Auto, Ray and Karen Drag Racing with Friends, Gocher Street Legends, Datesworks, Aspergen Repair and Towing, Fat Fish Racing, Crower, Wishbin Performance, and Force Performance, again. And that Blazer of Wells is moving, getting towed off the end of the track there, and as soon as it gets off the end of the track, we'll fire up these other cars, and again, that's Finnegan. That's the Rubber Duck. So just a moment. To get that Showboat Blazer off the top, and we will fire up these cars again. Again, a quick breakdown of the classes. This is the Pro Street Firebird for Finnegan. Pro Street, sort of like an 80s Pro Street car. Back half is allowed, pretty much any back half you want to put on the thing. Stock front type suspension, and that's it. Attention in the pits. Lanes right now are closed unless you're a zero run car. If you are a zero run car, come on down to 1 and 2. Then we're going to clear these lanes out and we're going to prep. Then we're going to bring you all those class cars back. So you'll see this car, the Rubber Duck, come back. And you'll start seeing some of that fast stuff. So attention in the pits, racers. Lanes are closed. If you're in the lanes, you'll get a run. Unless you're a zero run car, come down to 1 and 2. Lucas Barr in the right lane. Barr in the 12-0 pack. Finnegan did a 9:39. Unfortunately, had to do a 20-second time slip at Texas Motorplex, and then a 9:30 last night. In the Pro Street car goes 6:09. And the right lane goes 13:45. Here is Rich Geuda in the left lane, stick shift, 517 cubic inches of Pontiac with a big like 92 millimeter turbo. Running through our zero run cars. We'll back them right up. Guido's turning a 927, 922, and 926. Geuda doesn't even own a truck and trailer. He drives this car everywhere. Normally, he runs this thing, or he drives this thing down from Alberta, Canada to our start track. Unfortunately, because of the way the border is right now with COVID, he wasn't able to drive the thing over, so someone towed it over for him. And he drove it from right over the edge of the border. So he picked it up in like Montana and then drove it out to Oklahoma. Imagine driving a 9.0 car. Geuda goes 6:13. Right lane goes 12:04. His buddy Bill Armstrong's down there behind him about 4 pairs. Also a stick shift Ford Fairlane. We'll see him in a couple of pairs again. That car's got in the 870s with a stick shift. just not this week. Did go 932 last night though. This truck, you see the race tires in the back, he's just gonna break the beams. So he's still in competition. If you break the beams, you get a 20-second time slip. That's what happened to Finnegan. When he blew the drive shaft out of that thing, it rolled about 5 feet. If you break the beams under power, you get a time slip. You're still in competition, so you can still finish the thing. And this kind of thing, finishing it is winning it. The things we're asking these cars to do are not normal. So he broke the beams, he'll back it back out, and then we'll bring some cars back up. I do see Tom Stark in the 55 wagon. Looks like he'll be part of our next pair. 55 wagon, stick shift car. Likes to do big, long burnouts. Nitrous LS. And he's got his son as a crew chief. You see him out there checking out the starting line. That's Blaine. Hi, Blaine. Blaine was up here earlier. They call him the crew chief, and that's why. Blaine learned how to do all this stuff because his dad did it for him in junior dragsters. So he does exactly what his dad does, but in the big car. Here he comes. Blaine will get him in the water. Watch. It's super cool to watch him work. 13 years old. He'll even spray water on there if there's not enough, but looks good. 55 wagon, stick shift. Nitrous LS, been having problems this week. Normally runs deep in the 10s. Philip Balsadilla from left lane. Balsadilla the C6. Told you he likes burnouts. Blade will run up and get him back in the hot rubber. He'll go over there and open the door and then open the nitrous bottle, sitting on the passenger floor. Tom will start purging the nitrous. Blaine will get him lined up and they're off. Blaine is no kidding the crew chief on this car. If he tells Dad, let's put the 400 pills in it, Dad puts the 400 pills in it. At the stripe, or 654 at the 8th. Hey, if there's a black Dodge minivan with ELZWALD, you should know that. If that's your license plates, you're blocking somebody in. If you have ELZWALD on your Dodge minivan, you're blocking somebody in. If you can move, like now. Here's the hearse, that's Jason Pickett. That's the Holland Ash, hearse. Pro-charged LS. He's gone 909, 1034, and 876 last night. Goes 558 in the 8th. The Jaguar in the left lane has been fighting this thing all week. It's been in like on limp mode and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, but he's still in. Here is Bill Armstrong in the left lane, that fair lane. 427 twin turbo Ford for power. Again, runs a T56, and that's Jason Cunningham in the right lane. Jason in the 10-0 class. Armstrong, the inventor of a device called the Bang Shift Billy. I'm actually wearing the shirt today. This is a deal that regulates a hydraulic clutch throwout bearing and turns it into like a adjustable style race clutch. He's got one on the car. I actually have a prototype in my car that unfortunately we haven't been able to make work just right with the stock ECU, but he's building a V2 version that'll plug right into an OBD2 port. And it's pretty cool. It'll let you dump the clutch, but the clutch will slip itself out so that you don't just smash the tires super quickly. Check it out at, I believe it's bangshiftbilly.com or thebangshiftbilly.com. Also on all your social media outlets. Again, zero run cars, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Zero run cars, you should be in lane 1 and 2. Otherwise, staging lanes are closed right now. We're going to run those staging lanes out. We're going to prep. We're going to bring everyone out with a beautiful brand new track. Jason Cunningham in the right lane. Cunningham in the 10-0 class. Armstrong goes 662 at the 8th at 103, kind of banging and popping and doing all sorts of stuff. That's the other deal with that fair lane. Just unfortunately kind of missing gears and having problems and doing all sorts of stuff, but the leaf springs on that thing like twisted into a weird S. So he had to put air shocks on the thing to help with the springs. So we'll be down for a moment. We are going to do some prep. In the meantime, go on down. The concession stands are open. Check out that Rocky Mountain Race Week tent. They've got all sorts of shirts and stuff, and I actually see Chad from Bang Shift down at that Rocky Mountain Race Week tent. He's down there picking up shirts for himself, too. I'll tell you what, if you even ask him really nice, he'd probably sign it. And then if you ask him really nice again, he'll let you touch that beard. Motion Raceworks has their trailer down there. They've got all their swag, and they're showing off a bunch of their wares. Again, their claim to fame, everything is made in America. They sell zero Chinese-made products there. Most of their stuff is made in-house, and they do have a few vendors that they work with. And again, while we got a little bit of downtime, thanks to all of our sponsors, 1320 Video, Motion Raceworks, and Bang Shift. Chad with Bang Shift. Not affiliated with the Bang Shift Billy, but super neat. And we are doing some prep. Also, spectators, your pass is a pit pass. You can walk through the lanes. You can go check out all these cars. A lot of them have shirts and stuff that they're selling as well. Check out that Old Yeller Gasser. That's Rob Lipinski. It's the yellow 54 Chevy. He's got an awesome shirt that he's slinging down there. I believe that hearse you just saw run, that Holland Ash car, I think they have shirts. But go check it out. Again, that Motion Raceworks trailer, they have the TBM brakes, that's the brake man. Just acquired them like days ago, along with Rife sensors. And they're going to bring all that manufacturing in-house. Attention in the pits. Nico Christofori is looking for a 4th gen LT1 master and slave cylinder combo. So Nico unfortunately has broken the master and slave cylinder combo in that stick shift Malibu. If you've got one of those or know someone that has one of those, bring him one of them bad boys. Hey, Morgan, you need to go to the fuel truck. There's people waiting to buy some fuel. Hey, Chad Reynolds. Can you come on down to the starting line, please? Chad Reynolds. Come on down to the starting line, please. We're going to do something special right now, folks. You heard me talk about it a little bit earlier. It's Daphne Reynolds' birthday today, and we lost Daphne to cancer on her birthday this day a few years ago. We also lost Morgan Hansen, one of our Rocky Mountain Race Weekers, on the same day a couple of years ago. On the starting line right now, that's Cole Reynolds. That's Daphne's son. And walking up is Chad Reynolds. Cole and Chad are going to light a candle and a cupcake to commemorate her birth/death day. Daphne, again, a long-time Rocky Mountain Race Weeker, and she loved this race, and we loved all of these people. And we're happy to be a little bit of a part of their lives. Also, Morgan Hansen was a cancer fighter, and she lost her life this same day a couple of years ago. So if you can join me and please stand and show a quick moment of silence for those that we lost, and a great mom and a great wife and a great friend to the Rocky Mountain Race Weekers. This one's for you, Daphne and Morgan. Thank you guys so very much for doing that with us. We appreciate it. Give them a round of applause. Daphne was a big fan of the Rocky Mountain Race Week deal, and she's always run her best passes out here. And we've always had Chad out here with us, but Chad with Bankshift, of course. And we've watched Cole grow up from like a 3-foot tall guy to like a 7-foot tall guy. And you guys are family, man, and we appreciate it, and you guys are great. I heart you too, buddy. And again, Morgan and Cody Hansen is at home, hopefully watching the live feed. Got a little bit for him as well, and she's run Rocky Mountain Race Week with us as well. And thank you guys so much for joining in that with us. That was awesome. So down just a couple moments for track prep. We will be running some cars. I see that Mountain Dew car back there. We'll have him make another pass. Again, 0-run cars. You can come down to 1 and 2 anytime. But other than that, the staging lanes are closed. The rules here is you have to make a pass. If you don't make a pass, you don't get the directions to the next track, and therefore can't finish the event. So we do what we can to fast track folks that need to make a pass, and these cars do have 750 miles on them, and they've been tortured a little bit through some of these roads, and Oklahoma roads are terrible. That stuff is nuts. Kansas roads are way nicer. They're doing a good job. But we do give a little fast track lane for those folks to make sure we get them their pass, and we'll get those cars run through, and then we'll bring back those fast cars. So again, we do give those guys like that kind of express lane. I just talked to Cole real quick. He was thanking everybody again and told me to tell everybody thank you for joining in that with us. But then we'll get all these cars through, we'll run what we have in the lanes out, and then we'll bring back those class cars. Again, we do have 2 more hours roughly of track time. Also, if any of you racers are out there selling hoodies, Danny with that Pro Street diesel truck is looking for a hoodie from almost anybody because he's cold, probably. So if you got a hoodie, go find Danny. But they do have the spray rig out, which means we just have to spray up and down, and we'll be back. So just a couple of minutes. Spectators, if you're out there kind of meandering around and whatnot, finish up your purchases, then get back to your seat, and we're going to be bringing you some drag racing action here again. School night, Wednesday night, Mid-America Dragway, Geuda Springs, Kansas. We love it here, guys. You guys are killing it. We're having a blast. We got 2 more hours of drag racing for you. And again, then we drive in the morning back to Noble, Oklahoma, where we finish this thing out tomorrow night. If you want to watch the finals, bankshift.com has the live feed. If you're not already sick of my voice, you get to hear it for 8 more hours tomorrow. If you've been watching the live feed for a few days, then you're obviously sick of my voice. Too bad. You got 2 more hours tonight, 8 more hours tomorrow. Plus, we're going to have awards immediately to follow. And I get to talk in that too. I'll tell you what though, my voice is pretty much gone by the awards ceremony. Hoodies? Who's got hoodies? Oh, Lipinski? Lipinski's got hoodies. Okay, so hey, Diesel, dude, what's his name? Diesel Dave? Rob Lipinski says, I've got some hoodies, but I'm in the lanes. Okay. So Rob Lipinski with the old yeller gasser. Danny Diesel, go find that old yeller gasser. Christy Lipinski is wearing a hoodie, so you can see what it looks like. But that yellow old yeller gasser, 54 Chevy, you can't miss it. It's the only gasser we got. They have some hoodies, so go find them. Get you that hoodie. That's a cool hoodie too. It's got the Rocky Mountain Race Week logo on it.
Dwayne to the tower. Again, timing shack. Dwayne, I need you up at the tower, please.
So again, all y'all spectators out here, man, we appreciate it so much. That's amazing. Thank you guys for coming out, supporting this deal that we do. And this thing started as like 60 friends in 2015 doing stupid stuff, and look what it's grown into. Also, folks, Extreme Race Fuel set up by the front gate. That's that black trailer. They do have race fuel and nitrous fills. So racers, if you need race fuel or nitrous, that black trailer by the entry, they've got you set up. But again, the spray rig is out. Just finishing dragging, then they'll spray. Bring you some drag racing action soon. I would guess 5 minutes. So again, complete your purchases, complete buying whatever the heck you're getting at the concession stands. They sell beer and hoodies at the concession stands, so if you're cold or you're not quite drunk enough yet on a Wednesday night, you called in sick on Wednesday to come watch drag racing, and you're going to call in sick Thursday from watching drag racing late on Wednesday. But they got all that at the concession stands. You got plenty of time to go get that done and then get your butt back in the seat. Bring you some more drag racing. Again, I see the Mountain Dew car back there. Nick Taylor last night went a 7:48, and he posted on Facebook, I can't believe we made this pile of junk go 7:40s. Also like 183 miles an hour with that car. What happened earlier again, that cooling fan broke off, went into the alternator, that broke, and it cut the turbo oil line, so we thought maybe the engine had expired, but no, it's all good. And again, staging lanes are currently closed, 0 run cars 1 and 2. We're gonna run out what we got, and then we'll call those class cars back. So we'll bring you a bunch of kind of smattering of different stuff coming up here pretty quick, and then those class cars coming right behind them. Just was told that Motion Raceworks has hoodies in the Motion Racework trailer as well. So if you're chilly, we got hoodies for you. Motion Raceworks, Lipinski, and Mid-America Dragway all have hoodies. Also, y'all just got a call from the man, Matt Frost. All you guys out here in the lanes, we want to get everyone another pass at least. The deal with that is we need your help with that. The track's doing everything they can, but we need you guys to be strapped in your cars and ready to go. We need you guys to be not sitting there building boost for 20 seconds on the starting line or doing 300-foot burnouts in a 13-second car. So if you tighten up your program, odds are good we're going to be able to get everyone another pass. But again, that all relies on you, so we'll work with you if you work with us. Deal? Deal. Also, Matt will be down there in the lanes, and if you're all messed up and he whacks you on the side of the head, then you know you messed up. No, that's not true. He may not whack you on the side of the head, but he might point at you and look at you weird. But for real, we know we're running late. Again, the plan is to go ahead and do this track prep, run these lanes out, run these class cars, and then we'll do an all run. Give everyone a chance for one more pass. Geuda Springs, Kansas, Mid-America Dragway, leaving here, going back to Noble to finish this thing out. Super, super tight competition. Let me run through this for you real quick while we're running, waiting for the spray rig to run. I'm going to start in the 14.0 and move up. Currently first place in 14.0, Ernie Riley. That green hot rod, 14.019. Corey Schroeder in second place, 14.057. Eric Carroll in third, 14.064. Dale Gebhardt on the outside looking in, 14.094. That's how tight it is. Less than a tenth. Chris Ghosh in the 13.0 class, your leader, 13.023. Austin McMeans in second, 13.025. 2 thousandths of a second separating those vehicles. Third place, Jared Gwynn, 13.031. And Spencer David on the outside looking in, 13.033. So 2 thousandths between first and second, 2 thousandths between third and fourth. That's how tight these classes are right now. Greg Jones leading the 12.0 class, 12.012. Dan Gosha, 12.013, another thousandth. Separating those two, Mike Park in third place, 12.031. And then Travis Boltman, 12.06 on the outside looking in. 11.0, the Jared Aspergren, 11.024. Cameron Thorpe, 11.031. Dean Teppen, 11.034. And outside looking in, Joey Sims, 11.063. 10.0, Ty Thompson, who put the thing on the number, 10.000 at Ennis, Texas Motorplex. Your leader with 10.025. Ryan Weger, 10.039. And Mark Grote, 10.04 with that super cool gremlin. Outside looking in, Bill Cash, 10.054. In the 9.0 class, Brad Long, your leader, 9.039. Rick Fleetis, the Duramax Chevelle, 9.056. And Peyton Bullock, 9.236. And then Craig Satter, outside looking in, 9.25. National Aspirated Small Block, Jeff Gallagher in the lead, 9.86. Trevor Burkherger in second place, 10.29. Dave Barry in third place, 10.37. Bob Coding on the outside looking in, 10.46. So he needs to pick up about a tenth. National Aspirated Big Block, currently Carlos Astor in the lead, 977. Put up a beautiful 946 yesterday after trying to find a rocker arm for those Big Chief heads. Rick Hardy, unfortunately, was in second place, is out. So second place is Alan Casita with an 11:11. So he needs to pick up like 2 seconds of performance, second and a half. Matt Coding in third place. Coding 11:61. And outside looking in, Steve Smith 12:25. Stick shift currently Chad Fegley in the lead, 8.792. Cletus in second place with an 8.798. And Rich Guido in third place with a 9.25. Fourth place outside looking in, Bill Armstrong, 9.88. Gasser, our only entry, is Robert Lipinski. So if he can finish the thing, he'll win. Ultimate Radio, Cody Hoffman with that LSSS truck that unfortunately expired the motor, it looks like, in its last pass in the lead, 9.7902. He did turn in a slip, or he does have a slip, so he can turn that in. But if that thing is injured, he's got to get it fixed and to Noble and make a pass by 11. And he's got to make a pass to stay in front of Clint Sadowski. Sadowski, that blue first-gen Camaro, 791. Jim Parkinson in third place with an 830. Outside looking in, Blaine Thiessen with a 927. In the hot rod class, Brady Bluma in the lead with a 1088. Second place, TJ Johnson with an 1151. Chris Hawley in third with a 1261. And Fred Cullen on the outside looking in, 1275. In Rowdy Radial, the 8th mile class, Andy Cook in the lead, 527. Keith Fenstead in second place with a 551. Charlie Vickers with a 555. Outside looking in, Steve Brack, 574. Limited Street, Randall Reed in the lead, 853. Trevor Brandon on his heels, 854 with that Jotech GTR, and he actually hasn't broken the beams in that car, I don't think. He did a burnout and then backed the thing out, so he still needs to make a pass. He may have made another pass, I'm not sure. Parker Mitchell in third place, 876. Fourth place outside looking in, Brendan Tapp with that C2 Corvette, 879. Pro Street, Adam Crago in the lead, 879. Ray Lashley in second place, 903. Andrew Summers in third with a 956. And outside looking in, David Bell with a 957. Outlaw Street, Justin McMurtry. I've been saying McMurdy all week. Sorry, Justin, my bad. In that Ford Durango, 755. James Tall in second place, 795. Jason Hurley in third place with an 804, and outside looking in, Robert Williams with an 862. Unlimited, our fastest category, Alex Taylor in the lead, who we have not seen make a pass yet, 755. Nick Taylor, who we have seen make a pass and is in the lanes again, in second place, 777. Third place, Jason Pickett with the hearse, 939. Outside looking in, Robert Berry with a 1043. And then motorcycle, only one entry, James Revels, should win that class. He just has to finish. So that's what it looks like, top 4 out of each class. Super, super tight competition. Finishing up here at Mid-America Dragway. We drive tomorrow to Noble to finish the thing out. But those are drivers to keep an eye on. I do hear vehicles running. I see water in burnout boxes. I think that means we're going racing soon, ladies and gentlemen. I see a bunch of track workers in green, kind of where they're supposed to be. I think we're going racing here real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Get your butt in a seat. Drivers, get your butt in a seat. We're about ready to go racing. Here we go. Austin McBean's in the right lane. McBean's in the SS, in the 13-0. Steve McDermott Jr. in the left lane, in the 13-0. Goes 1240 way too fast, 1296 in the right lane. Here's Red Hat Scotty. Red Hat, the four-eyed Fox Mustang. He's in the 10-0 index class. Donald Fan in the right lane, Donald in the 11-0 index class. Again, 0 run cars, lanes 1 and 2, please. $11.87 in the right, $10.19 in the left. Ryan Love in the left lane. Broke his drive shaft last night. Was able to find one. Got himself back over here. First 10-second ET pass on the first run as well. In the first track, I mean. And there is your second place car in Limited Street, Trevor Brandon, that Joe Tech GTR. Looks like Lum will run as a single. It's okay. Not sure what's going on with Trevor Brandon. We'll run Lum, and then we'll bring Brandon back to you. Brandon ran at 8:54, 8:53, and 8:55 in the GTR. That car does look like it's injured, so he does make a pass. He's still in competition, but that's not going to help his chances of winning. So that'll pretty much put Randall Reed and Parker Mitchell at it. William Noble in the left lane. Noble in the Rowdy Radial class with that Ranger. Right lane, that's Joey Greer. Greer in the stick shift Corvette. Chad on the starting line helping Greer in there. He's got his radial fresh flops on. Greer in the stick shift category. Noble and Rowdy radial. Looks like we'll back Noble out. He's having some problems. We'll run Joey Greer as a single. Greer in the stick shift category, the C5. Oh, it looks like Noble just needed another burnout, so we'll get him put back in. Again, Noble in that Rowdy radial category. Greer in the stick shift. .578 in the left lane, 785 on the right. There's that Bernie truck. And that Mountain Dew Mustang. Mustang out of Mid-America Customs, Nicky Bobby, they call him. Nick Taylor driving that car. Nick second place in Unlimited. Did turn in a 748 last night. Pretty much if the front end stays down, it'll go sevens. If it does a wheelie, it'll go low eights. Robert Berry in the left lane. Berry, that diesel Bernie truck. Bernie fourth place in Unlimited. Outside looking in. Lights the tires up. Bernie truck goes 619. Nick goes 853, and they'll get that thing turned back around for the all-run session after we finish out these staging lanes. Well, it looks like that Mountain Dew car did leave some oil on the track, so down a moment. In the burnout box, Robert Williams in the left lane. Robert, the only competitor to do all four of these events. He just needs to break the beams today and then go to Noble tomorrow and break the beams, and he will have completed all four iterations of drag and drive events this year, both Midwest Drags 1.0 with his Hellcat Challenger, and then Drag Weekend 2.0 with this Weapon X Nova. Did all four with his wife as his co-pilot, Debbie. Debbie's awesome. Williams looking to keep the thing in the 850s to be in striking distance in that Outlaw Street category. Currently fourth place outside looking in. The right lane, that's Jason Hurley. Hurley, the Meltdown Firebird. Hurley currently third place. So this is your third and fourth place car in Outlaw Street. and we'll just clean up that oil from that Mountain Dew car. We got everyone out there. Chad from Bank Shift's out there checking it out. Matt Frost is out there from Rocky Mountain Race Week. Brent Coddington's out there checking it out. And all the green shirt staff from Mid-America Dragway. Again, racers, we are relying on you to tighten up your program. We need to move quick to get everyone another pass. It's currently 9:30. We're going till 11, which gives us an hour and a half of hot time left. So if you guys tighten up, there's be no problem getting everybody one more pass, but it depends on you. If we're down for oil down to 200 feet, then that ain't gonna happen. So again, down just a couple of minutes. 3rd and 4th Eliminated Street in the burnout box. That'll be a good one to watch. I do see Fred Cullen. Fred will make his first pass in the hot rod category. Fred on the outside looking in that category in 4th place. I believe I do see Finnegan back over there. I do, that's the rubber duck. So Finnegan's back in the lanes. I do see Rob Lipinski, our only gasser. He's back in the lanes. I haven't seen Alex Taylor in the lanes yet. Not sure if she's on property yet, but they were about 45 minutes out about an hour and a half ago, so I assume they're here, but you never know. That 1XX Proof 55. We have seen Cletus make a pass, but it wasn't a great pass. We haven't seen his brother Parker make a pass. We did see James Tall and Ruby make a pass. Justin McMurtry did make a pass as well. We saw Pickett. I think we have seen Andy Cook. I don't think he made a great pass, but we have seen him make a pass. Hoffman made a pass, but the motor may have expired on that car, or that truck, that LSSS truck. Not 100% sure. I don't think we've seen Carlos Astor make a pass, your leader in the National Aspirated Big Block class. So yeah, just looking through the standings right now, that's sort of folks that I have and have not seen. Alex Taylor currently your leader in the Unlimited class. That 55 is super sweet. Wait till you see it make a pass. That thing is awesome. And the Taylors are super cool. You can follow them on all the social media accounts. Alex Taylor Racing. Her motto: stay fast, stay pretty. Carlos just sent me a text and said he'll be up here in a little bit. He's about ready, so that's okay. No run cars. You can still come down lanes 1 and 2. Again, no run cars. Come on down to lane 1 and 2. So Carlos, when you're ready, bring it down to 1 and 2. We do have Matt down there running the lanes, so he's trying to get it as tightened up as he possibly can to give everyone a fair shot. But the plan is we do have to get those 0 run cars a pass. So if you've already made a pass and you're in the staging lanes already, then that's good, but the staging lanes are closed at the moment. And if you see Matt back there and you don't do what he says, again, he'll just smack you on the side of the helmet. And once again, it's totally up to you guys. We do need everyone to tighten up their program. We can't have a bunch of these oil downs go back and back and back to back. Make sure your stuff is tight when you bring it up. Make sure your belts are on. Make sure you have your tail lights on. It all matters. At this point, if we can increase our run speed by seconds per run, that means everything by the end of this thing. But believe you me, I promise you, between Matt and I, we are doing everything we can to get you as many passes as we possibly can. If that's one more, great. If that's what the lanes hold right now, great. But stand by. Again, 0 run cars, 1 and 2. Everybody else behind them right now. Then we'll do everything we can to get everyone a pass. But again, we're live till 11. I have 9:40 right now. I did just get a message from Alex Taylor. She said, hey, we are here ready to make a pass. So that 1XX55 Chevy is on property. Alex, come on down lanes 1 and 2. We'll get you that pass. Again, remember when I told you I'm like friends with all these guys, or some of these guys? Like, I actually get messages from them and they tell me kind of what's going on, and that helps me with my announcing tremendously. If I know what the heck's going on back there, then I don't give out misinformation, and I can pass on kind of the latest, greatest for everybody. Brent Coddington's down the line. What do you think? Looks good? Little shrug. That's probably not good. Coddington helps tune a ton of these cars out here, and he gives Jason Hurley a hand with that Meltdown Firebird. One-run cars, just lane 1, not 1 and 2. Just lane 1. Cars are fired up. Drag racing. Again, 3rd and 4th place in Outlaw Street. Jason Hurley in the right lane in 3rd. Robert Williams in the left lane in 4th. In the trailer for the Weapon X Nova in the left lane, an entire margarita bar. They pull up to their hotel, mix up a margarita for him and his wife, and that's the first thing they do when they get there. Hurley on the last hurrah with this Meltdown Firebird. He has a new car. This is like high school car. Running this and just said the thing got too wicked. It got like out of control, super duper fast, and he wants to be able to enjoy this thing for the rest of his life. So he has a purpose-built race car coming up. Hurley goes 643. Left lane goes 759. So not what he was looking for there, but in the left lane or even the right lane. But they've completed the pass. They can turn those slips in and be done if they want. We're going to try to get everyone one more pass. Next pair in the water box, that's John Lorg. Lorg in the right lane in the limited street category. Lorg's gone 865 and 868. Unfortunately, day 2 at Ennis, Texas, went too fast and had to turn in a 20-second slip. So like 8th place. The Corvette in the left lane, no info. That's like the one car I have left. Getting better every day. The Fox gets a little squirrely and I'll get out of it. 612 in the right lane, 687 in the left. Sharon Klausner, the Valkyrie, CTSV in the right lane. That's James Revels in the left lane. James on the motorcycle. Our lone remaining motorcycle. Started with 2 down to 1. Thoughts out to Shane Warner, who's in the accident today and made his way into surgery and hopefully is out of surgery. Klausner in Ultimate Radial ran 10:27, 10:53, and 10:05 last night. How about like heated and cooled seats and outrunning the crap out of a motorcycle? 692 in the 8th. There is Fred Cullen in the hot rod in the left lane. He tows a little miniature version of this exact car on the trailer behind him that he cruises around through the pits. Jeff Gallagher in the right lane, your leader in naturally aspirated small block. His average right now, 986. .815 in the left lane, 678 in the right. Casey Evely in the left lane, in the hot rod class, the pickup. The right lane, that's Dustin Davidson. Davidson in the 11-0. Goes 1173, left lane 871 in the 8th. Chet with the Tesla. Tesla Plaid. They call him Uncle Chet. His YouTube channel, Chillin' with Chet, and one of our sponsors out here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Tom and Blaine need small block Chevy valve cover gaskets. Tom Stark with that 55 wagon needs small block Chevy valve cover gaskets. .659 in the left, 1031 in the right for Chet. Looks like something came off that car in the left lane. We're just going to go grab that off the track real quick. We'll bring you Justin McMurtry in that Ford Durango again. McMurtry, the third fastest car on property, at least, unofficially. The Magnum in the right lane, that's Max Nichols. Max from Los Angeles. Towed all the way out to Oklahoma to go drive his car 1,000 more miles. And then he gets to tow the thing all the way home. Happy to have him out. That thing is sweet. Not 100% sure, but I believe that's Roots Blown, Gen 3 Hemi. So here is McMurtry. 754, 752, and 759. All 3 days. That super rare Ford Durango. About 300 of these things made. Lets off, hikes the front end again, goes 514 at 151. Off the gas, goes 843 at 121 at the quarter mile. You imagine letting off at the 8th mile and coasting to an 843. Right lane goes 995, too fast for that 10.0 index. But the track's sticky, ladies and gentlemen. Eighth mile, 5:14, 151. Next pair in the burnout box. Looks like Omar Esquivel in the left lane. It is. Monte Carlo. Joey Marshall in the right lane. Marshall, the 11.0 class. We're down just a second. Looks like there's a car at the top end. That could be McMurtry. We're gonna go get a look. Okay, did get the thing turned around. I'm not sure what happened there, but one of those pair was doing something on the top end there weird. So we are good. I think, like Matt just called me and just said, hey, I think what's happening, these cars that haven't made a pass yet are making their first pass in the dark. Guys, if you want to run with headlights, that's fine. Feel free. We'd rather you do that. Get off the track right. So if you want to run with headlights, giddy up. We're fine with that. But if you're making your first pass here in the dark, I think you're just getting lost over there. And 10.08 in the left lane, 11.13 in the right. Next pair pulling up. Michael Noble in the left lane, Noble in the 12 category, the Corvette. Clayton Myrtle in the right lane, Clayton in the GTO. And that's a G8. In the right lane, 725. The Tructor's back, and that's Rob Lipinski, the old yeller gasser. His first pass. Twin turbo LS for power. If you look back behind them, though, that's Alex Taylor. Lipinski goes 6:04. Unfortunately, Jesse Matafari in the right lane. Left before the tree was active, won't get a pass, but here it is. Look at this, Finnegan and Alex Taylor at once. Alex Taylor, that 1XX Proof 55. Alex ran all 7s at Drag Week. Has gone 758, 767, and 740 last night. Finnegan in the right lane, in the Pro Street category, again, did put up a 930 last night, 930. So here will be a good side-by-side rock and drag race for all you folks that dig these personalities. YouTube and television and otherwise. Again, you see the camera crew out there. They are filming a roadkill right now. The 55 with the patina all over the thing, and it has carbon fiber panels with fake patina all over it. Finnegan's out first. Goes 628, 489, 149 for Alex Taylor. Both shoots out. Run looks beautiful. So Alex goes 489 at 149. 628 for Finnegan in the right lane at 103. Love seeing that. That was awesome. Good side-by-side drag race. Daniel Green in the right lane in the Pro Street category, that diesel truck. Donald Alex Hartley in the left lane. Hartley in the 10-0 category, currently 5th place, 6th place. After watching Alex Taylor race, remember to remind yourself, that vehicle just got off a drag week, 1,000 street miles on drag week. Came down here, has 750 street miles here. Next pair, that's Darren Fielder in the right lane. Craig Satter in the left lane. Satter in the 9-0 category, goes 577 of the ace, 736. Next pair, that's Silas Mansour. Mansour, the Subaru in the left lane. The right lane, that's Vince Rui. Look at a few pairs back, and Cletus is back there with Leroy. .748 in the right lane for Rui. Does run it out to 11:28. Left lane 12:85. Ryan Weger in the right lane. Weger in the 10.0 index. Left lane is Jay Doschel. Jay in the limited street category. Ran a 9:05 last night. Right lane is 6:55, goes 10:03, loving that for Weger. 10:50 for 6:21 in the 8th. Here's Leroy. Cletus driving Leroy the Savage. Danny Odom in the right lane. Cletus looking for a 7 on race week. He's never done it. Run a bunch of 8.0s, but never got a 7. In race week trim, we make him weigh 3,000 pounds. He's never done it with the weight on it. Cletus at the 8th mile goes 6 flat, 133, 678 in the right lane. Dan Gaucher, second place in that 12.0 category in the left lane. 12.013, trying to tighten that thing up to get up to Greg Jones with a 12.012. The right lane, that's Brad Francis. Francis in the 10.0. So looking for 12.00 and 10.00 on the scoreboards. .12:31, 10:09 is not quite 00, but that's okay. Here's Parker Mitchell. That's Garrett's brother. Garrett, better known as Cletus. Parker's YouTube, Teeth and Turbos. He's a dentist out of Bradenton, Florida. The Mustang in the left lane. That's Billy Leach in the right lane. Billy in the 10.0 category. Parker in Limited Street, currently 3rd place. And again, Trevor Brandon has not made a great pass, I don't think, today. So that'll give Parker Mitchell an open invitation for 2nd. And he's looking to put the thing on 850 in the quarter mile. And I'm not sure what that'll look like in the 8th mile. Goes 574 at 128, 1028 in the right lane. One of the Thorpes in the left lane. Husband-wife team. Rich and Sarah. When I can see the number, I'll know who's actually behind the wheel. the Disorganized Grime Stables, one of our sponsors. They're a race team in Denver. I'm actually part of that race team. Will Carner in the right lane. We race a series called Club Clash, so we race against other clubs. Disorganized Grime is our club. Thorpe in the 12-0 category, looking to put that thing on the number. Carner in the stick shift. 11:48 is way too fast. 12:90 in the right lane. Here's Carlos Astor, naturally sprinted big block. This is your leader currently. Did run 9:46 last night. The Cutlass with the Landau top in the left lane. Out of 301 street cars. 301's been running with us since the beginning of this thing. They were part of that like 70 cars that started in 2015. Ryan Beverlin in the right lane. Beverlin in Dakota. Again, naturally aspirated big block, so it's 435 inches or bigger. I know it's a 632. Goes 589 at 117. Looks like he chunked something off that car. 12:47 in the right lane. Here's Ruby back. James Tall drives Ruby in the burnout box in the left lane. Ruby in the Outlaw Street category. Currently second place, Chasen McMurtry. His average right now, 795. McMurtry with a stranglehold on that field with a 755. However, Tall last night did go 759, equaling McMurtry, who went 759. Running next to Jared Gwynn. Gwynn in that Liv Moss S10 in the 13-0. That's like being like the second prettiest girl in the dance. Tall goes 495 at 150 miles an hour with Ruby. Gwynn goes 1330. Azim Sheik in the left lane. Azim with the second Gen F body. In the 12-0 category. Bob Coding in the right lane. Fourth place outside looking in the National Aspirated Small Block. He needs to pick up about a 10th of performance. Put himself in third. Currently 10:46. Puts up a 661 in the eighth. 12:09 for Azim. Here's that Narks cart. Michael Narks. He's giving this away. Go check out his YouTube. Narks Leipzig Customs, I'd never say it right. Look up the hashtag NarksCart, N-A-R-X-C-A-R-T, K-A-R-T, I'm not sure, K-A-R-T. Say it for me, Cole.
Narcoleptic.
Narcoleptic. Okay. Whatever. He's giving that away. You just have to be following his Instagram, I guess. And you can have this like Crown. It's like a Crown Vic or a Grand Marquis with no body panels and a turbo, and he's making a pass, I guess. 567 to 60 foot. Not sure what's up with that thing. Goes 25.43. You can win yourself a 25-second car. Andy Cook is back in the left lane. Andy out of the Motion Raceworks stables. Travis Boltman in the right lane in the 12-0 category. With the pickup. Cook, your leader currently in the Rowdy Radial. Again, that small tire category. 235 radials or 26 850 slicks. Currently leading that class with a 527 average, but has run as fast as 518. We're talking 8th, of course. That class runs in the 8th mile. Again, racers in the pits, no run cars. You should be in lane number 1. No run cars, lane number 1. Cook on a pass. Goes 5:17. Loving that. That's his fastest pass of the week. 5:17 with a 7. 137 miles an hour. His fastest pass of the week. He'll love getting that time slip. And his brother Doug walking back and going, yeah, that's probably me. I put that short ramp in it. No, man, Andy really killing it this week. Struggled badly on 1.0. Thing just spun the tires everywhere it went. Put the small tires on it. Got it figured out. Uriah Kesner in the left lane. You see the fender all dented up in the right side. He was in an accident on this week. Unfortunately, fortunately, just a small little fender bender, but he'll need to find a fender for a dart when he gets home. Pat Beach in the right lane, Beach in the 12-0. .1207 in the left, in the right lane. 1326 in the left. Clint Sadowski's back. Again, the former Major League pitcher in the left lane. First gen Camaro, Turbo LS. The right lane, that's Corey Schroeder. Schroeder, second place in the 14. $496 for that Camaro. 145 miles an hour. So the track's there, guys. You can throw the power at it. It's been proven here the last few runs for sure. The thing's good to a 660 feet, no doubt. Brandon Turley in the left lane in the limited street. Turley way on the outside looking in, 10:07 his average. Anthony Watson in the right lane in the 14-0. Currently 10:20. We do have 40 minutes of playtime left. At the stripe, 607 at 113 in the left lane. $14.03 in the right lane. He'll love that. Lisa Hamill in the left lane. Hamill out of the Jake's Performance Stable. And Mike Kearns. Kearns in the right lane, the challenger. The end of the 1320, 14.03. Loving that for Kearns. Hamill goes 16.16. That's looking good. Cody Hoffman's back at LSSS truck. That's that one that left about a 4-foot wide slew of oil all over the track. So apparently the motor did not expire. But he is back. ICT Billet helping with that truck. He's first place in Ultimate Radial, 790 his average, has run as fast as 775. Randy Miller in the 10-0. The LSSS truck rides a wheelie to about 330 feet and goes 526 at 127. That's what I'm talking about. It went up, he pedaled it once, it came back up and he just kept it on the bumper. 526, 127. Thing was 131 60-foot time. Talk about some good driving there. I promise you, you can't see anything out of that when the front end is that far in the air, but we're gonna go check the track out, make sure everything's good, but that was awesome. Cody Hoffman comes out and lays down a 526 in the 8th mile. The thing was on the back tires at 60 foot, 131, on the back tires at 330, 333. Probably put the front end down about 100 feet before the 660, so about 500 feet, had the front end on the ground, went 526, 127. That was awesome. Track staff goes, hell yeah. So if you left early, shame on you. Text your friends and tell them, hey, you just missed the run of the night. Cody Hoffman put the thing on about a 500-foot wheelie. Blaine Thiessen in the right lane. Thiessen with the LT direct injected type motor. He's 4th place in Ultimate Radial. Goes 553 at 127. Left lane goes 10:01 in the 8th mile. index pair going down. A couple of index cars. 1234 in the right lane, 1334 in the left. Ernie Riley's back in the left lane. Riley in the hot rod. The right lane, Andrew Baczynski. Baczynski, the Trailblazer SS. Katie Laughter in the right lane. Luke Bronco in the left. Luke in the 13.0 class. Katie in the 13.0 class. Looking to put these things on that 00. We'll see quarter mile times. Sounds like we're still looking for small block Chevy valve cover gaskets for Tom Stark's wagon. So I know someone out there has some Gen 1 small block Chevy valve cover gaskets. 55 wagon. Max Croning in the left lane. Max in the Vega in the 14.0 category, one of our young guns. Brendan Mole in the right lane. Goes 14.05. Loving that. Right lane, that's Dennis Kirkland, nitrous assisted GTO in the right lane. Kirkland goes 10.55. Floyd Parks was in the left lane. Cameron Thorpe in the left lane, your second place car in the 11.0 category. 11.031 is average coming into today. John Schmidt in the right lane, John in the 13.0. Somewhere around 8th place. All eyes on Cameron, goes 10.95, that's too fast. 13.15 in the right. Left lane, that's Jared Aspergren. That's your leader currently in the 11.0. Goes 10.80 too fast, 13.38 in the right lane. second place car in the 9-0. Benny Geisbright in the right lane, the pickup. That Duramax Chevelle Boogie in goes 584 in the 8th, 122. Check out the blue headlights in the F-150. Maybe you can't see that on the live stream. I'm not sure. I haven't seen these yet. I've got a different vantage point at every track. Normally I see them very back. Very rare to see one of these cars. And I've got a little bit of a vantage point. That's Dustin Harris. Dustin in the 12-0 class. The Coyote F-150. Apparently that's the other driver I have no information on. Lexus. It's weird, I had some a couple of days ago, but Coyote truck burns the tires off of it and meanders on down. Has some problems and he'll get off the end of the track. It's still under power. No big deal. Here we go. Josh Ram in the left lane in the burnout box. Racers, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Here's what we're going to do. If you have not had a one run, you need to be in lane 1, obviously. If you have not had a second pass, if you've only had one pass and you have not had a second pass, come on down to the lanes. We'll get you a second pass. If you're currently in the lanes and you've had 2 passes, you are wrong. We've never called you back to the lanes. The lanes have been closed since 8:45. Matt's cut those lanes off, so you were never instructed to come back to the lanes. So if you're in the lanes and you've had more than 2 passes, you're wrong. Go back to your pits. Also, all y'all in the grandstands here, check your wallet real quick. Check your pockets. If you are missing a credit card, it's at the concession stand. So if you can show an ID to someone at the concession stand and you're missing that credit card, go up there, we'll get it back to you. So again, if you have not had 2 passes, come to the staging lanes now. If you're in the staging lanes and you've had 2 passes or more, you're wrong. Get out of the staging lanes and make way for folks that need that second pass. Again, we never called you back. It wasn't on you to just come back to the lanes. So go on back to your pits. If we have time, we will have more runs, but we want to make it as fair as we possibly can. So if you have not had 2 passes, come on down. Cameron Standiford I understand it's your birthday. And you're celebrating out here with Rocky Mountain Race Week, and we appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming out here on a school night, watching drag race until 11 o'clock at Mid-America Dragway. That's awesome. What a way to celebrate your 16th birthday. Appreciate it. 12:15 on the right, 11:29 on the left. Stefan in the right lane, the 11-0. Left lane. Oh, pressing the wrong buttons here. Is Kevin Little. Little in the 11-0 category, he's 11-04. 11-86 in the right lane, and the 12-0 is too fast. Slayton in the right lane in the limited street category goes 6-12. Left lane 12-24. Here's Danny Allen in the right lane, Danny in the wagon. In the ultimate radial category, the left lane, that's Stevie Ellingson. That's my girlfriend. She's driving my car. Allen does about a 125-foot wheelie and goes 569. Stevie looking for that 14.0 something. Does it, 14.02, there we go. She's just trying to keep the thing in the top 10. She is 10th currently. Love that. The whole trunk is full of like tools and a spare tire. The thing is normally runs 14.0 at Denver. First pass out on Rocky Mountain Race Week with 13.60. So we had to slow it down 0.4, and that's how you do it. Just fill the thing full of weight. Jared Gwynn in the left lane. Oh, no, it's not. 392 in the left lane. That's Brittany Friesen in the left lane, sorry. Right lane, that's Dino Cardella. Again, racers, if you have not had a second pass, come onto the lanes. We'll get you that second pass. $13.17 on the left, $10.91 on the right. The Magnum's back in the left lane. Chris Atkinson, the CTSV wagon in the right lane, pulls it in the beams and turns off the air-conditioned seats, turns down the Bose radio. Tell you what, that's the way to do it in these things, is bring out something really, really comfortable. Boston Marathon, you got to keep yourself limber in this stuff and be able to roll with the punches. The left lane, that's Max Nichols, again, came from Los Angeles. 1178 in the right lane. Nichols in the Magnum. 660. The DA right now at Mid-America Dragway, 1593. So I think that's our best DA of the week so far. I'm used to racing at Vandermeer where the actual altitude is 5,800 and the density altitude is always tickling 9,000. So basically if you have a naturally aspirated car, you drive it at 3/4 throttle. Renzi Pro in the right lane, the Trans Am. Drew Graff in the left lane. Graff in the 11.0. 12.11 in the right lane. Oh, not in the 11.0. Must be off. Hold on. No, in the 11.0. Apparently let off for some reason. Good 78 miles an hour. Brandon Kirk is back. Brandon Kirk Tap. Wow. Okay, the C2. The C2 in the limited street. Tap has gone 871, 907, and 858. The Volkswagen in the left lane, no slouch. That's Tim Reed in the 11.0 class. Goes 553, 127. There he goes, Volkswagen. 13-second reaction time. Goes 11:27. That's a sporty little Volkswagen. John Long Sr. in the right lane. Kyle Mason in the left lane at Limited Street. Mason's gone at 860. 538 in the left. Right lane, 1284. All right, folks, I have 10:45. We have 15 minutes of playtime left. The second run cars should be in the lanes. Unfortunately, if you're not a second run car, if you've had 3 or more passes, you're done for the night. You can turn your car over. If you have had 3 or more runs and you're currently in the lanes and you're coming down for more, you're wrong. However, if you have 2, if you're now in the lanes for your second run, you're okay, you're good to go. However, the lanes are closed for everybody else. So if you would need a 1 run, come on down to 1 still. We'll get you that express run. If you're waiting for your second run, you need to be making your run, but the lanes are closed for everyone that has not had a first or second run. If you're down for your third run and you're trying to get in the lanes, you're wrong. We'll run you if you're in the lanes and you're looking for that first or second pass. I'm looking back, I do see Cletus. He made it in time. Normally where there's a Leroy, there's a Ruby. So if James wants another pass, he's probably good. But again, as of this point, staging lanes are closed. We're hoping just to see our first and second run passes. If you have not had a first run, the lanes are open for you always. Come down to one. Here's Trevor Birkherger. Trevor in the nationally aspirated small block class, the right lane. Left lane, that's Peyton Bullock. Peyton in the 9-0 class, the Fox. Once again, racers, the lanes are now closed. Currently only open for one run or two run cars. Only open for one run and two run cars, and that's it. If you've had 3 or more passes, you're done. Turn your car over. You can head to the Rocky Mountain Race Week tent to turn in your slip. You are done for the evening. We do have 12 minutes of hot time left. If you're in the lanes, we'll run you. Here's Parker Mitchell. Parker in the right lane, the Mustang leading the street. So Parker, third place in Limited Street, 876 his average. Lyler in the left lane. Mitchell goes 589. Lyler 796. Bill Armstrong's back going against Rich Geuda. 2 stick shift cars, 2 purist cars. So 427 Ford in the left lane, 517 a Pontiac in the right lane. Both stick shifts, T56 Magnums in both cars. Both cars have run in the 8s in the past, but both have been in the low 9s on this deal. They're going to make a side-by-side pass for you, banging gears. Single turbo on the Pontiac in the right lane, twin turbo on the Ford in the left lane. This is your 3rd and 4th place cars. Rich in the right lane, 3rd. Bill in the left lane, 4th. Cletus is 2nd. I do see him back there. And Chad Fegley in 1st place. Bill drives away, goes 6:16 at 120. Rich goes 9:10 after hazing the tires off the thing in the first couple of gears. In the 12-0 category. Left lane. That's Charlie Vickers. Vickers in the Rowdy Radial, currently 3rd place. His average right now, 5:55. Has gone as fast as 5:40. This pass breaks the beams and will meander on down. Thorpe looking for that 12-0, goes 11.86. That's too much. Next pair, Lisa Hamill in the right lane. Lisa in the Chevelle. Left lane, that's Martin Ray. Cletus is pulling in the water. Hamill at the stripe. 14-13, 14.02 in the left lane. Great pass. Here comes Cletus. Cletus 2nd place in the stick shift class. Right behind Chad Fegley. He's 8.79.8. Fegley 8.79.2. Cletus has run as fast as 8.11. Again, never run a 7 in drag week trim, and was up all night putting a clutch in this thing, and then again had to pull it out this morning because it had a weird vibration. Not his best pass, burns the tires off the thing in 1st gear, but belts it down, goes 6.11. Right lane, 14-15. Here's the BMW in the left lane. Making his first pass, they put a clutch in this thing on the side of the road. They just got here, changed the tires in the staging lanes, and here to make their pass. So here's the message I got. Put a new clutch in today and then just fix the power steering line failure just after the kicker stop. 10:30 ETA, expecting to be in the lanes and swapping tires. So there he is, earning it. That's Michael Richardson in the stick shift class. Not the pass he's exactly looking for, 226 to 60 foot. But goes 750 in the 8th. And they're still in Rocky Mountain Race Week. Good show, fellas. Right lane goes 1065. Philip Balsamita in the left lane, the Corvette. And the truck in the right lane, that's Lucas Barr. Barr in the 12-0 class. Balsamita in the stick shift. Goes 782. Looks like he ran out the back door 1172. Right lane 1314. You see that Durango back there again. About to make another pass. McMurtry pulling in the water. Also, Trevor Brandon, that Jotech GTR, pulling himself in the water. So the next pair's looking great. Brad Long in the right lane in the 9-0 class. The Mustang, your leader, 9039. His average. Mike Mead in the left lane in the stick shift category. Right lane goes 579. Left lane 783. Here it is. McMurtry. That Ford Durango. $754, $752, $759. Trevor Brandon, second place in Limited Street. $854 average right now. Has not made a clean pass today. The next pair is good too. Jason Deuscher and Randall Reed, both out of Texas. But first, McMurtry and Brandon. Brandon makes a fantastic pass. 502 for McMurtry, 567 for Brandon. Again, this next pass, right lane, that's Randall Reed. Randall Reed, your current leader in Limited Street, 853. He just saw Trevor Brandon run a 567 in the 8th. And Jason Deuscher. Deuscher in the Rowdy Radio class, that small tire class, normally running 8th mile anyway, has turned into 843, 804, and 794. Unfortunately, safety limited for the actual capability of this car. Reed hazes the tires, 559 in the left lane. So 559 would have put him in like 4th place if he would have kept that thing up. 127. Randall Reed goes 1546. John Lord in the right lane. Lord in the Limited Street category has gone 865. Unfortunately, had to take a 20-second time slip and has a 1244 average. Uriah Kesner in the left lane. The Mopar, that's a Duster. Mustang clicks the traps at 5:33 at 1:35. Kesner goes 13:09 in that 13.0 class. Next pair, Jared Quinn in the left lane in that 13.0 class as well. And that's Dan Gosha in the 12.0. Dan, your second place car in 12. 12.013. Left lane, Gwynn. Third place in that 13.0 class, 13.031. 1197's too fast, 1316's too slow. Steve McDermott in the right lane. The Dakota in the 13.0 class. Robert LeBron Frank in the left lane in the 12.0 class. So both sides looking to put him on the number, 13.0 in the right lane, 12.0 in the left. At the stripe, 1370 in the right, 1219 in the left, and here's our last pair. Felicia Smith in the right lane, the CTS in the left lane. That LSA supercharged BMW in the stick shift class. They put a clutch in it today and had to fix a power steering leak right after a kicker and just got here, like 15 minutes ago. Changed the tires in the lanes, made their first pass about 10 minutes ago, and here's their second pass and the end of the night. And that's what it's all about, folks. Fixing this car, they're gonna bring it back to Noble, Oklahoma tomorrow to finish this thing off. And sometimes finishing this thing is winning this thing. BMW goes 679 in the left lane, 609 in the right lane for Felicia, and we are done, ladies and gentlemen. Rocky Mountain Race Week 2021 2.0, day number 4, Mid-America Dragway. Thank you guys so much for coming out. All of you spectators, you guys packed this place on a Wednesday night. A ton of you waited here till 11:04 to watch drag racing, and we appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for coming out. All y'all on the live feed for hanging out with us and putting up with everything we're doing. That's super awesome. Again, thanks to all of our sponsors, 1320 Video, Motion Raceworks, Portable Car Hoist, FM Fab and Speed Shop, 4Ride Performance Tuning, Hot Rod Jack, First Class Auto, Leading Edge Technology Partners, Florida Injection, Disorganized Grime, Taylor's Automotive, Rain Karen Drag Racing with Friends, Gocher Street Legends, War Performance, Texas Speed and Performance, Central Speed and Supply, Force Performance Turbochargers, Datesworks, Aspagrin Repair and Towing, Wishman Performance, Joe Tech, Jake's Performance, Chillin' with Chet, Pro Copy, Crower, and of course, Fat Fish Racing, who was out here with that Marlin. And again, Bang Shift for hosting that live feed. Everyone on the live stream, thank you so much. Have a fantastic night. I'm Adam Dory. We are out.